Chapter 4777. Hee, what do you think? The first mate smiled but did not say anything. In fact, Okuda-ba's claim that the lookout was sick was pure nonsense. Even if Okuda-ba agreed to give such an important position to a layman, the other crew members would never agree to it. After all, who would dare to put their lives in the hands of a layman? The lookout was actually hiding on the backup lookout. Lin-Yi was just a prank. No one would really take him seriously. Lin-Yi and Hui-Yuti turned around and went up to the lookout. It was the highest point. Standing there, they had the best view of everything. As long as the visibility was good enough, not only could they clearly see the ancient warship below, but they could also see the sea within a radius of hundreds of miles. Of course, if there was fog, then there was nothing they could do. However, the weather these 2 days had been great. The sky was clear for miles, and there wasn't even a single cloud in the sky, let alone sea fog. Lin-Yi and Hui-Yuti were just enjoying the scenery. The scenery here was unique, and they couldn't see it from other places. It wasn't a wasted trip. They did not encounter any danger during the past 2 days. Naturally, Lin-Yi did not need to issue any evasive orders. He felt quite comfortable watching the scenery and chatting with Hui-Yuti. Hui-Yuti also enjoyed this. Being able to enjoy the sea breeze while snuggling up with Lin-Yi was the most wonderful thing she could think of. However, she also knew that this would not last for long. Even if Lin-Yi could not let Okuda-ba catch him, the two would have to be separated when they reached the East Continent. It was unknown if they would even see each other again in the future, let alone spend time together. After nightfall, the sky was filled with stars, and the sea was dotted with stars. All this dreamy scenery set off the atmosphere of the two's world especially warm and romantic. The two, who were already snuggling up to each other, could not help but feel a little charming. Lin-Yi. Hui-Yuti seemed to have thought of something. Her cheeks blushed as she called out softly. What happened? Lin-Yi turned his head to look at her, then hurriedly turned his head back, not daring to look again. At this moment, under the beautiful night sky, Hui-Yuti's temperament was both pure and charming. The two intertwined to form a strange temptation. Even with Lin-Yi's self-control, he almost couldn't control himself. The poison on my leg seems to be relapsing again. Hui-Yuti bit her lips, lowered her head, and said shyly, Can you help me suck it again? Ha! Lin-Yi was stunned. The poison had been sucked clean a long time ago, how could it suddenly relapse? Under his gaze, Hui-Yuti's face turned even redder. Her originally fair neck became an alluring shade of crimson. She urged in a low voice, Hurry up. Lin-Yi speechlessly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He finally understood what Hui-Yuti was hinting at. This girl couldn't have been reminded by the first mate's joke, right? The atmosphere fell into silence. Facing Hui-Yuti's cute and shy expression, Lin-Yi suddenly felt a trace of tenderness in his heart. He forcefully suppressed his instinctive impulse and said with difficulty, Yuti, I can't give you any promises. After we go to the Eastern Continent, we might, I don't care. Hui-Yuti used her hand to cover Lin-Yi's mouth. The two of them were only a finger's distance away from each other. They could both feel each other's hot breath. Their breathing and state of mind were already in chaos. Just as Lin-Yi was about to say something, Hui-Yuti suddenly made an extremely bold move. She actually reached out and pressed Lin-Yi's head to the bottom of her skirt. After tonight, there might not be another chance like this. As a girl, she had already thrown caution to the wind. Smelling the familiar fragrance of the other party's body, Lin-Yi's heart was in a mess. She had already done this, what should he do? At this moment, an extremely urgent warning sound came from the jade pendant on his chest. Lin-Yi immediately quivered and hurriedly stopped Hui-Yuti's bold move. In a hurry, he glanced at the sea in front of him and hurriedly activated the sound transmission array on his hand and shouted, Change direction. There's danger. At this moment, Okuda Dam and the real danger lookout were on another backup lookout. When they heard Lin Yi's shout through the sound transmission array, they were both stunned. There's danger. In shock, the two of them hurriedly looked around carefully. Although visibility was not high at night, with the help of the starry sky and the glowing creatures in the sea, they could still clearly see the situation within a few miles. Everything seemed calm and peaceful. Danger my ass. The lookout and Okuda Dam looked at each other and angrily scolded, "It's a false alarm. This kid really doesn't know anything. What a fucking scam." Okuda Dam's expression was also a little ugly. According to his original plan, he had planned to use Lin Yi's ignorance. If he really encountered danger, he would definitely not be able to detect it in advance, let alone give a timely and accurate warning. Although they were on the backup lookout, if the situation was not particularly critical, they would not make a sound. This way, they could use their own trick to trick Lin Yi. After all, for a supergiant like the ancient warship, a small danger would not cause any damage at all. It could be easily crushed. This way, not only would there not be any accidents, but it would also give them an excuse to punish Lin Yi. In the end, the two of them did not expect such a situation to occur. There was clearly no danger, but this kid Lin Yi was shouting in the voice transmission formation, causing them to be worried for nothing. This was simply a false report. In the voice transmission formation, Lin Yi was still repeatedly warning them, but there was no response from below. Everyone knew that the real danger monitoring the situation was the second lookout, which was now a stage. Before the second lookout spoke, no one would care about him. At this moment, Okuda Dam's voice came from the voice transmission formation. He said coldly, "What are you shouting for? Do you know how much of a loss you'll bring to us if you make a wrong judgment? Once we deviate from the established route, it's very likely that we will hit the reef, and it will consume a lot of extra spiritual energy. It might even cause the formation to not have enough energy to gather. Can you bear the consequences? Quickly change the direction. There's danger ahead." Lin Yi ignored him and continued to shout. Although the others on the warship could not hear him, every place with a voice transmission formation, including the control room, could hear his voice. "Kid, how dare you shout here? Do you know what the punishment is for lying about a military situation? Do you really want to die?" Okuda Dam was instantly enraged. Chapter 4778. He wouldn't get angry because of such a small character, but now he really wanted to kill this kid. Seeing that the people below were still indifferent, Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. Ignoring Okuda Ba's threat, he gathered his vital energy and roared, "Everyone, be on guard. Protect yourselves." His voice was like a clap of thunder. With the help of various voice transmission formations, Lin Yi's voice was heard throughout the ancient battleship. Not only could the crew hear it, but even the disciples of the East Continent in the living area could hear it. All of a sudden, the entire battleship was in chaos. After shouting, Lin Yi could no longer care about anything else, let alone the enraged Okuda Ba. He protected Hui Yuri and escaped from the observation deck. The observation deck was a good place to look at the scenery when there was nothing going on, but when there was danger, the observation deck was often the first to suffer. Lin Yi did not have the habit of holding on under a dangerous wall. When Okuda Ba saw this scene from the second lookout tower, he flew into a rage. He had clearly heard his warning, but this brat still dared to create chaos so brazenly. Now, he even wanted to escape. This was intolerable. Even if it wasn't for Ren Zhongyuan, he would definitely tear this brat into pieces. In his rage, Okuda Ba stood on the top of the second observation deck and released his aura. In a trance, even the sky seemed to change color. This time, he planned to take down Lin Yi personally and publicly punish him as a warning to others. However, just as Okuda Ba was about to launch an attack, the official lookout on the second observation deck suddenly had a change of expression. He exclaimed, "Captain, this is bad. There's a group of sea beasts ahead." "What?" Okudaba was so shocked that he staggered and quickly looked at the sea in front of him. Everything was pretty much the same as before. The surroundings were still calm and peaceful, and there were no signs of surging waves or the so-called horde of sea beasts. The only thing that was slightly strange was that the sea in front of them was pitch black, with not a single ray of light to be seen. Okudaba did not react for a moment. He was not a lookout, so he was not that sensitive to these clues. However, he was an expert, a giant-level super expert. Without hesitation, he instantly released his divine sense. At this time, without the interference of the sea fog, with Okudaba's strength, his divine sense could cover the sea tens of miles away. This time, his expression suddenly changed. There really was a group of sea beasts. 20 miles away, an extremely large group of sea beasts was approaching at a rapid speed. There were at least hundreds of sea beasts, and their speed was unparalleled. Okudaba was shocked. He had been sailing on the sea for hundreds of years and had been a captain for dozens of years. However, he had never seen such a terrifying group of sea beasts. Every sea beast here was at least at the original infant stage. Profound ascension stage beasts could be seen everywhere. There were even several mountain opening stage beasts. What was even more shocking was that the group of sea beasts was rushing directly towards the battleship. It did not seem like they were just passing by. Instead, they were directly targeting the battleship. What was going on? As the ultimate weapon of the endless sea, the ancient battleship was set up with the highest level of beast-frightening array. Normally, no sea beasts would dare to approach within 100 miles. Even the sea beasts at the mountain opening stage would not dare to provoke them. But why did it suddenly fail this time? In the blink of an eye, the group of sea beasts had shortened from 20 miles away to 10 miles away. Their speed was so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. The originally calm sea was already surging with waves, and in an instant, a monstrous wave was formed, crushing towards the huge ancient battleship. There was no time to think about it. Okudaba quickly returned to the number 2 lookout and shouted, "Everyone, listen up. Activate the defensive array, activate the offensive array, everyone, get ready for battle." At this time, it was impossible to dodge. Such a huge monster could not change its course so easily. Unless they reacted when Lin Yi gave the first warning, they would still be able to make it in time. With the super powerful thrust of the battleship's power array, if they listened to Lin Yi's warning and changed the rudder to escape at full speed, they would be able to shake off the group of sea beasts as long as they could reach them at full speed. However, it was too late now. After hearing Okudaba's order, everyone on the battleship became more and more chaotic. The East Continent disciples did not know what to do. Fortunately, the original crew members were well trained. After a moment of confusion, they all went into battle positions. All kinds of defensive and offensive arrays were activated in an instant. Layers of colorful lights stacked on top of each other. It was a spectacular scene. Boom! The ancient battleship suddenly shook. This was the first wave of sea beasts' attack. No one knew why these sea beasts would do such a suicidal action. In the face of such a huge ship like the ancient battleship, even the nascent soul stage sea beasts could not pose any threat to it. Even those powerful profound ascending stage sea beasts could only wear down the battleship's defensive array. They could not even attack the battleship itself, let alone cause any damage. The real threat was the few mountain opening stage sea beasts that were mixed in the huge group of sea beasts. Once they started to attack with full force, especially after their weakness was tested, it was hard to say how long the battleship's defensive array could last. Okudaba quickly retreated back to the command room. Although he was shocked, he still appeared calm at this time. All kinds of orders were issued to every crew member in an orderly manner. His calmness greatly influenced everyone. they gradually got rid of their panic and their morale soared. Lin Yi and Hui Yuti had also sneaked into the command room. Seeing Okuda Ba's performance, they could not help but secretly nod. A person who could sit in the position of the captain could not be useless. Okuda Ba also noticed Lin Yi and Hui Yuti. He frowned and was about to chase them away. However, when he thought of his warning just now, he immediately swallowed his words. Captain, the first wave of sea beasts attack has ended. There are about 40 to 50 nascent soul stage sea beasts. The defensive array is undamaged. A familiar voice sounded in the transmission array. Lin Yi could tell that it was the lazy first mate from before. It seemed that he had gone to take command. Chapter 4779. Roger. Everyone responded in unison. The view of the command room was not as good as the observation deck, but it was already the second best place in the entire warship. Moreover, the sea beasts were already very close. At this time, there was no need to look from afar. Standing in the command room, one could clearly see the sea beasts in front of them. After the first wave of cannon fodder test ended, the sea beasts finally began to move. This time, there were hundreds of sea beasts, and nearly half of them were profound ascending stage sea beasts. Each of them had a suicidal attack, and they desperately rushed towards the ancient warship. This situation made Lin Yi feel a little strange. At the nascent soul stage and profound ascending stage, sea beasts' intelligence was already very high. It was not strange that the weak were prey to the strong, but they actually launched a suicidal attack. This was too unbelievable. Kid, today's situation is not normal. I feel that a big guy is targeting you. At this time, the ghost's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Big guy. How big is it? Lin Yi quickly asked. His first thought was that the giant electric eel and the 5 poison dragon were super existences. If the opponent was really a terrifying sea beast that was above the sea-splitting stage, then today's situation would be really dangerous. Even the ancient warship might not be able to protect them. It's not as big as you think, but it's not small either. If the command is good, the chances of winning are 50 to 50. The ghost laughed with interest. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at Okuda Ba. He hoped that this guy could withstand it. Otherwise, if the ancient warship was really broken or even sunk, then it would be all over. Boom! The warship suddenly shook again. Everyone's face changed, including Okuda Ba. The first impact just now was only a slight shake, but the feeling this time was obviously different. Not only was the impact force far more than 100 times, but it seemed that the sea beasts had also found a flaw. There was only one wave of probing attacks before, but this time, the impact was continuous, and it was getting more and more intense. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Something's wrong. These bastards have someone commanding them. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to find the connecting point so easily. Damn bastards. Okuda Ba's face turned ashen. With the level of the ancient battleship's defensive formation, it was enough to easily block the life-risking attacks of the mountain opening stage sea beasts. However, it wasn't truly flawless, because with the enormous tonnage of the battleship, it was impossible for any single defensive formation to completely cover it. The only way was to stack multiple defensive formations on top of each other to achieve the effect of complete coverage. However, in this way, the defensive strength of the entire battleship would inevitably be uneven. Among them, the defensive strength of the connection point was the weakest. Although it could still block the all-out attacks of the mountain opening stage sea beasts, a flaw was ultimately a flaw. If the sea beasts were allowed to continue attacking like this, there was a possibility that the battleship would be overturned. This discovery really made everyone shudder with fear. Such a huge group of sea beasts was already very frightening. If there was a mastermind behind the scenes who could see through the connection point with a single glance, just the thought of it was enough to make one's hair stand on end. Prepare the attack formation. Okuda suddenly ordered in a deep voice. Everyone was shocked, but their spirits were lifted. They excitedly rubbed their palms together and got into position. The amount of spiritual chi needed to activate the attack formation far exceeded that of all the defensive formations combined. Furthermore, the huge commotion it created could attract powerful sea beasts from all directions. Therefore, under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be activated easily unless it was a matter of life and death. Although it wasn't a matter of life and death yet, if they couldn't quickly stop the attack of the sea beasts, the defensive formation would be destroyed sooner or later. Instead of sitting on the ground and waiting for death, it was better to put everything on the line. This guy was really decisive. Lin Yi looked at Okuda in surprise. He then turned his gaze to the sea in front of him. At this time, all kinds of attack formations were being prepared. The entire battleship was like an unparalleled ancient beast, emitting a terrifying pressure that could destroy heaven and earth. As if they were frightened by the pressure of the attack formation, some of the nascent soul stage sea beasts at the front line suddenly stopped attacking. It seemed like they had the intention to retreat. They all desperately retreated as if their fear of death was no less than that of humans. However, before everyone could let out a cry of joy, an extremely cruel scene unfolded in front of them. These nascent soul stage sea beasts that were scared off were instantly torn into pieces by the sea beasts behind them. Not a single one of them was spared. The entire sea was filled with the smell of blood that soared to the heavens. Even the night sky was dyed red. Everyone was so shocked that they couldn't speak for a long time. Because of this cruel and inexplicable smell of blood, the sea beasts became crazier and more hysterical. Not only did they not have the slightest intention of retreating, they became even more ferocious. Even the few mountain opening stage sea beasts mixed in with the sea beasts also joined in the attack. Just now was only the second wave of attack. With the well-trained team under Okuda, they could at least calmly deal with it. However, now it suddenly became a fight to the death. The whole situation suddenly went out of control. Attack! Target the mystical ascending stage sea beasts, all teams attack freely. Okuda immediately ordered. The nascent soul stage sea beasts could not affect the defense formation at all. The opponent's main force was the mystical ascending stage sea beasts. As long as they could be killed, their chances of winning would be greatly increased. Roger. Listening to the unified reply in the sound transmission formation, Lin Yi only saw a dazzling scene in front of him. Dozens of light beams that were visible to the naked eye instantly disappeared into the sea beasts. It seemed to be silent, but the next moment, Lin Yi suddenly opened his eyes wide, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Wherever the light beam passed, all the sea beasts instantly turned into a cloud of blood mist. The dignified mystical ascending stage sea beasts did not even have the slightest strength to resist, they did not even have the time to dodge. As for the surrounding nascent soul stage sea beasts, they could not even be counted as cannon fodder. Looking at the hellish sea of blood in front of him, looking at the huge group of sea beasts roaring in the blood sea, Lin Yi could not help but take a deep breath. His heart was filled with incomparable shock. This was the invincible warship that galloped in the endless sea. In just one wave of attack, half of the mainstay mystical ascending stage sea beasts were killed. When this invincible warship showed its ferocious claws, even the endless sea was no longer so daunting. Just like now, people here were cheering, it had become a crazy playground. Chapter 4780. Morale was greatly boosted, and all the offensive arrays were quickly preparing for the second wave of attack. However, just as they were about to launch another massacre without any suspense, the mountain opening stage existences that had been hiding among the sea beasts suddenly broke out of the water and revealed their true faces to everyone. Everyone instantly cried out in surprise. At this moment, there were a total of 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts that had suddenly appeared. Deep sea mad shark, netherworld ghost mother, hooking soul fish, thousand-legged tyrant crab, and humpback mountain whale. Every one of them was a famous overlord of the sea. Encountering any one of them would be a disaster for human cultivators. Ordinary treasured ships couldn't withstand their attacks. Fortunately, this was an ancient warship. But even an ultimate weapon like the ancient warship could not help but feel pressured when facing 5 overlords of the sea. Everyone, including Okuda, felt a little breathless. Don't worry about them, kill the mysterious ascending stage first, kill them all. Okuda suddenly reacted and yelled at the sound transmission array. Only by killing all the profound ascending stage sea monsters could they slowly deal with the 5 overlords of the sea. Otherwise, once they got into a heated battle, those profound ascending stage sea monsters would definitely destroy the defense array bit by bit and become the last straw that broke the camel's back. This was the most correct response, but unfortunately, before Okuda could finish his sentence, a giant figure the size of a mountain had already slammed into the warship. With a loud bang, the ancient warship was actually knocked to the side by a few inches. Such a force was simply unimaginable. Humpback whale. Okuda gritted his teeth and said the name of this giant monster. This was the largest existence in the sea. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every humpback whale could move mountains and overturn seas with just a casual move, because they themselves were moving mountains. Just the size of the humpback whale had brought unparalleled psychological pressure to everyone. But this was not the worst part. The worst part was the urgent report that came from the sound transmission array, Captain. This monster blocked the attack. We can't lock onto the profound ascending stage sea monsters. He's just a meat shield. When Lin Yi heard this, he immediately felt that things were not looking good. They had just gained a slight advantage. As a result, the other side immediately blocked the humpback whale with its thick skin and flesh. It was obvious that this mountain opening stage sea beast was just a chess piece of the opponent. At this moment, everyone was looking at Okuda Dam. At this time, he had to make a decision quickly without any hesitation. His next order would directly affect everyone's life and death. With the humpback whale's thick hide, there was no need to fear it at all. Even if dozens of holes were blasted into it, that would only be scratching an itch. If they didn't fight back, they would immediately fall into a passive position. They could only take a beating and not fight back. No matter how strong the defensive formation was, it wouldn't be able to hold on for long. Stop the attack. Okuda ordered. Captain, should we activate the 10,000-mile formation? The first mate's voice sounded from the sound transmission array. Everyone's eyes flashed and they nodded in unison. What's the 10,000-mile formation? Lin Yi whispered to Hui Yudi. The 10,000-mile formation refers to 10,000 miles a day. It can increase the speed of the battleship to the maximum in the shortest time possible. This is the final trump card for escape. The price is that it will consume all of the ship's stored spiritual energy. At this time, the person who answered Lin Yi wasn't Hui Yudi, but Okuda. Lin Yi couldn't help but look at him in surprise. This guy was clearly trying to trick him, but he still had the mood to answer his question. It was really strange. After saying this, Okuda didn't look at Lin Yi anymore. Instead, he frowned and fell into deep thought. The veins on his forehead bulged, and cold sweat flowed. It was obvious that this was a difficult choice. The others didn't dare to breathe too loudly. The command room and all the other battle positions that were connected to the sound transmission array were extremely tense. Just as Okuda had said, the 10,000-mile formation was the last trump card for escape. The 10,000-mile array was his final trump card for escaping. Once it was activated, there would be no more spiritual chi stored. Whether or not he could escape safely would depend on the will of the heavens. They don't have good intentions. If we don't fight, we'll be courting death. We can't escape. Lin Yi suddenly said. He knew that with his status, no one would listen to him. If it was under other circumstances, he might not be willing to say this. Unfortunately, everyone was in the same boat. If the ship was destroyed, he, Ning Xuefei, and the others would be implicated. He had to think of a way to dispel this stupid idea. As expected, the surrounding people looked at Lin Yi with more disgust. This kid clearly didn't know anything, but he jumped out at such a critical time to disturb people's morale. They were facing 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts, and they even had the humpback whale as a meat shield. If they didn't escape now, were they going to wait for death here? Why? Unexpectedly, Okuda didn't fly into a rage. Instead, he turned to look at Lin Yi with a serious expression. He actually planned to seriously consider his opinion. Lin Yi was an outsider, but with the warning he'd given earlier, even if Okuda felt a little embarrassed, he'd acknowledged Lin Yi's strength in his heart. This wasn't the time for personal grudges, and they had to work together. If it's just these 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts, we should be able to escape even if it's a little troublesome. But what if the big guy we're facing isn't them? Lin Yi slowly glanced at everyone. Everyone was shocked. They immediately looked at each other in panic. This kid really didn't stop until he shocked them. The 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts in front of them were already giving them a lot of pressure. Could it be that there was something even more ferocious behind them? You noticed it too. Okuda Ba's rhetorical question made everyone even more shocked. It meant that even an experienced captain like him felt that there was another ferocious god behind them. Lin Yi couldn't help but look up to this guy. He only found out about it because of the ghost's reminder. He didn't expect this guy, whom he thought was a good-for-nothing captain, to be able to sense it too. As expected, no one who could sit in such a position was simple. I admit that you're not simple, but don't look down on me too much. Okuda Ba was very dissatisfied with Lin Yi's surprised look. He coldly snorted. I've been on the sea for more than 300 years, and I've controlled this ship for 75 years. Even if I haven't seen 100% of the battles on the sea, I've at least seen 80% of them. Although the scale of the sea beasts this time is larger than usual, if there's no one behind them, just these 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts dare to challenge this ship. I'll dig my eyeballs out and step on them. Chapter 4781. No matter what, they couldn't afford to panic. Otherwise, if they didn't have a unified opinion, it would be a fatal flaw. What you two mean is, even if we can get rid of these 5 mountain opening stage sea beasts, we can't get rid of the guy behind them. The first mate gasped. Everyone turned to look at Lin Yi and Okuda Ba. This was the question they wanted to know the most. I haven't seen the 10,000-mile formation before, so I can't comment. Lin Yi shook his head and analyzed, but since they dare to target our warship, they must be confident. After all, sea beasts at this level are not idiots. I don't know. My intuition tells me there's a 30 to 70 chance. Okuda Ba pinched his eyebrows and added, 30 for us, 70 for them. Everyone immediately fell silent. What he meant was that even if they used the 10,000-mile array, they would only have a 30% chance of successfully escaping. As for the remaining 70%, if they were caught, the result would be obvious. Without spiritual chi, there would be no array. Without the protection of the array, an ancient battleship would be nothing more than a pile of scrap metal. Not even a random nascent soul stage sea beast would be able to stop it. Since that's the case, there's no need to worry. There's only a 30% chance for everyone to gamble with their lives. Is everyone willing to gamble? Even if you stay and fight, your chances of survival are higher than this. Lin Yi said calmly. This sentence completely dispelled everyone's thoughts of escaping. Since running was more dangerous than not running, then why the hell would they run? These crew members were all experienced soldiers. Once they were forced into a desperate situation, their morale and ability were far beyond that of ordinary people. Just like at this moment, each and every one of them looked like they had been injected with chicken blood. They couldn't wait to find the sea beasts outside and fight them to death. None of them mentioned the 10,000-mile formation again. Okay. Since they want to play, then let's play with these ugly monsters. Okuda suddenly roared and ordered without hesitation, "Listen to my command, activate the starfall formation." Roger. All the crew members responded with a loud rumble. Even Lin Yi was startled by this sudden surge of adrenaline. He couldn't help but tug at Huiyuti's sleeve and whispered, "What's the starfall formation?" "This. I don't know either." Huiyuti shook her head. "This should be the core secret of the battleship, just like the 10,000-mile array." She was not a member of the battleship, just a temporary passenger. How could she possibly know such a thing? This is the ship's most powerful offensive formation. Just like the 10,000-mile formation, it's a trump card that requires all of the ship's spiritual energy reserves to be exhausted. However, the 10,000-mile formation is used for escaping, while the starfall formation is used for attacking. Okuda took the time to explain. Then, he looked up at the starry sky and said in a joyful tone, "Luckily, the weather tonight is good, giving us an additional 20% chance of winning." Lin Yi didn't understand what he was talking about, but he could roughly guess that this starfall formation had something to do with the weather. If he understood it literally, could it be that they wanted to make use of the stars in the sky? Okuda didn't have the time to explain any further. He immediately ordered, "All teams, get into position. We only have 6 hours. After 6 hours, our spiritual energy will be depleted and we won't be able to do anything. Therefore, before dawn, we must kill all of these scum. After dawn, I will toast to each and every one of you." "Yes." The crew members' voices were filled with a murderous aura, as if they were soldiers going out to battle. They would either return victorious or die on the battlefield. As they spoke, with the ancient battleship as the center, a monstrous wave of air that had never been seen before came crashing down. Without any warning, it created a huge wave that was tens of feet tall. The weaker original infant stage sea beasts were instantly blown away by the wave of air. Once they got serious, they wouldn't even have the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Lin Yi looked at the scene in front of him in shock. He wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but he felt as if the stars in the sky had suddenly become much brighter. Before, there were only stars in the sky, but now, they were as bright as lanterns, clearly visible. At the same time, what made Lin Yi even more speechless was the table in front of Okuda. Originally, there was nothing on it, but now, there was a dreamlike astrolabe. If one looked closely, they would realize that this astrolabe was 100% compatible with the stars in the sky. Let's begin. Aren't they using the humpback whale as a meat shield? Then let's destroy this meat shield and treat it as a greeting. Okuda smiled sinisterly and ordered, "Lock onto the humpback whale, starfall array, release." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved his finger lightly on the astrolabe. When he touched the star, it suddenly shone brightly. Before Lin Yi could take a closer look, he heard a deafening explosion outside. An incomparably huge pillar of light descended from the sky. The night that was shrouded in darkness instantly became as bright as day. Everything in front of him was blinding white light. In the blink of an eye, the shocking white light quickly dissipated. Lin Yi looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. The humpback whale that was like a mountain had actually been blasted into pieces by this white light. In the sea, all that could be seen with the naked eye was a small mountain of minced meat. Lin Yi couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A powerful sea overlord that was as powerful as the mountain opening stage was just gone in an instant. This was the ultimate killer move of the ancient warship, Starfall Array. Okutaba and the crew members were indifferent to this shocking scene, but the sea beasts outside were completely shocked. Not only the profound ascending stage sea beasts were trembling, even the deep-sea mad shark, nether mother, soul hook fish, and thousand-footed king crab, the 4 mountain opening stage sea beasts, unconsciously retreated a few miles. If they were alone, they might have retreated after witnessing the shocking scene of killing the chicken to warn the monkey. The humpback whale had the toughest skin and flesh among them. If even the humpback whale suffered such a fate, the 4 of them would only end up worse if they were hit by the white light. However, after they only retreated a few miles, they suddenly stopped at the same time. Each of them let out a shrill and horrifying roar. After struggling desperately for a while, they rushed back again. Every one of them had bloodshot eyes as if they had lost their minds. Their bodies exuded a terrifying aura of madness. The other profound ascending stage sea beasts were immediately bitten into pieces when they got a little closer. It seemed that they didn't distinguish between friend and foe. Chapter 4782. Acting all mysterious. Why hasn't that ghostly thing shown up yet? Okuda frowned as he stared at the sea in front of him. He wanted to find the culprit behind all this. If he could not kill that fellow as soon as possible and was only entangled with the 4 mountain opening stage puppets, he would definitely die this time. Pfft! Lin Yi almost burst out laughing. He used his primordial spirit to communicate with the ghostly thing. Senior, this fellow is looking for you. Do you want to go out and greet him? The ghostly thing was speechless. It choked for a long time before saying, I'm afraid that I'll scare him to death if I go out. I'll leave this to you. The thing you've encountered this time is not simple. Speaking of which, it's related to me. Related to you? Is it a spirit beast? Lin Yi was shocked. That's not it. It's a real sea beast. Who told you that I can't be related to sea beasts? The ghostly thing pouted. Your family is really well connected. You even have relatives with sea beasts. I'm impressed. Lin Yi shook his head speechlessly. Then, he said, what should I do now? Should I bring you to meet your relative? If you want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you. The ghost thing cackled. Putting aside the fact that the other party was a sea beast that had nothing to do with it, given its current state, even if it was a spirit beast, it wouldn't dare to casually recognize it as a relative. Who knew, it might end up becoming the other party's nourishment. What should we do? Can this starfall formation defeat your relative? Lin Yi asked. Its power is passable. However, you have to be the one commanding it to have a chance. Otherwise, I guarantee that they won't even be able to touch a hair. Once 6 hours are up, you'll all be waiting to die, the ghostly thing said disdainfully. Me commanding it? Lin Yi was stunned. He looked at Okuda who was running around in circles and shook his head. I'm not their captain. Why would they leave such a deadly task to an outsider like me? How is that possible? Unless they've lost their minds. Before this, Okuda didn't like him and was waiting for him to make a mistake. Although his attitude had changed, it was impossible for him to hand over his command. If Lin Yi dared to say such a thing, he would be thrown out to feed the sea beasts. Jijia. I didn't ask you to ask for command right now. Wait until they've suffered and are at their wits' end, then you can ask for it. The ghostly thing laughed. All right then. Lin Yi nodded and looked at Okuda's next actions. At this moment, this guy seemed to have made his decision. Since it doesn't want to come out, then this captain will beat it out. Listen to my orders. His target was 4 mountain opening stage sea beasts. Starfall formation, release. As soon as Okuda's voice fell, his 4 fingers gently stroked the light shadow astrolabe in front of him, and the 4 stars that were stroked once again shone brightly. Boom! Four huge beams of light descended from the sky again, instantly blasting towards the four mountain opening stage sea beasts. The white light shone brightly, and huge waves soared into the sky. The momentum was so great that it shook the ancient battleship. Once again, Lin Yi felt a super shock that he had never felt before. As the light faded, Okudaba and the others stared at the sea in front of them nervously. However, this time, the result of the battle made all of them feel a chill in their hearts. The four mountain opening stage sea beasts didn't follow in the footsteps of the humpback whale as they had expected. Other than the thousand-legged king crab, which was not much faster than the humpback whale, being blasted into pieces, the other three were all safe and sound. Regardless of whether it was the deep-sea mad shark, the nether ghost mother, or the soul-hooking strange fish, their speed in the sea was ghostly. The humpback whale and the thousand-legged king crab couldn't avoid the bombardment of the starfall formation, but they could. Looking at the three mountain opening stage sea beasts flashing back and forth on the sea, Okudaba's face turned pale. Okudaba's face turned pale. The power of the starfall array was undeniable. However, there was a flaw, and that was that it needed time to accumulate power. Even if this time was compressed to an extremely short amount of time. It was so short that most of the sea beasts wouldn't be able to react in time. However, a flaw was still a flaw, and as long as it existed, it would be exploited one day. How is this possible? No matter how fast the mountain opening stage sea beasts are, they can't dodge it. This has never happened before. Okudaba shook his head in disbelief. In the past, the starfall formation had never failed against the mountain opening stage sea beasts, but this time, it had failed 3 times in a row. It was simply too strange. Everyone else was also in disbelief. Only Lin Yi secretly shook his head. In the past, the starfall formation didn't fail because the mountain opening stage sea beasts didn't have a stronger being controlling them. This time, the situation was different. The 3 of them were able to dodge the attack because the being behind them had controlled them in advance to increase their speed. This guy can't do it. In his hands, the starfall formation can't even unleash 10% of its power. What an idiot! The ghostly thing suddenly said disdainfully. Ha! The starfall formation isn't its strongest power? Lin Yi was instantly shocked. Could it be stronger than this? Could it be 10 times more powerful than the previous one? It's the strongest power, but it's not the strongest power. The ghostly thing said mysteriously. Senior, can you speak in a human language? Lin Yi was speechless. In terms of the power of the light beam, this is of course the strongest. If it's stronger than this, then the sea beasts won't be able to survive. The ghostly thing laughed and said, it's a pity that such a powerful thing fell into the hands of an idiot. No matter how powerful it is, it's useless if you can't hit your target. If it was controlled by an expert, even I would be afraid of this starfall formation when I was at my peak. Unfortunately, it's controlled by an idiot. He can't even handle a few mountain opening stage sea beasts. If the designer is still alive, he's probably crying in the toilet. Why is that? Its charging time is indeed a very obvious flaw. As long as the opponent is strong enough and fast enough, it shouldn't be too difficult to notice it and avoid it in time, right? Lin Yi couldn't help but feel strange. Flaw. Kid, listen carefully. In ancient times, the starfall formation was known as the strongest formation with no flaws. It's just that no one knows how to use it now, so it's like a pearl covered in dust. The ghostly thing sighed. The strongest formation with no flaws. Why do you say that? Lin Yi couldn't help but grin. There was clearly a charging time, so how did it become the strongest formation with no flaws? Kid, look at its astrolabe. Doesn't it look like a chessboard? The ghostly thing didn't answer. Lin Yi heard it and looked at it carefully. He hadn't thought about it before, but but now that the ghostly thing reminded him, he suddenly felt that it really was a chessboard. An extremely complicated chessboard. Chapter 4783. This was the equivalent of using chess skills to make up for the lack of time, and even made the starfall matrix even more unpredictable. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. So you're saying that the starfall matrix can only be used to its full potential by a true chess master? That's right. It said that the starfall formation was invincible in the hands of its designer. Even the strongest person back then had to retreat. That's why it's known as the strongest killing formation. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been installed on a battleship and become the final trump card of an ultimate weapon, the ghostly thing said. While the two of them were communicating, Okudaba had suffered once again. He still hadn't given up on the idea of killing the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the result was the same as before. He didn't even manage to kill a single hare. This result caused everyone's morale to drop to a freezing point. They knew that these 3 were just cannon fodder puppets, but after using all their skills, they realized that they couldn't even kill the opponent's cannon fodder puppets. How were they supposed to continue? Okudaba's face was ashen. It seemed like he had suffered a heavy blow. Even he, the captain, was in such a state, let alone the others. A feeling of despair spread from the command room to every cabin. What was even worse was that everyone had begun to blame each other. If they had activated the 10,000-mile array and escaped, they would have had at least a 30% chance of survival. But now, they didn't even have a 10% chance. Why don't you let me try? Lin Yi suddenly stood up. Everyone was shocked. Okudaba frowned and looked at him. He snorted and said, "Do you know what this is? A layman wants to try the starfall formation." "I'm indeed a layman, but after seeing your performance just now, I don't think it's any worse than you," Lin Yi said calmly. "What did you say?" Okudaba was already in a bad mood, and now he was enraged. His opinion of Lin Yi was completely reversed. He had some ability, but this kid was too much of a braggart. "I said, since I can't escape death, why don't you let me try? Maybe there's a chance." Lin Yi looked straight at Okudaba. "This." Okudaba hesitated. He didn't believe that Lin Yi could control the starfall formation. However, when he thought about how Lin Yi could discover the sea beasts in advance and tell that there was a mastermind behind it, Okudaba couldn't help but feel lucky. What if this guy could really do it? Everyone else looked at Okudaba. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in complaining anymore. They had no other choice but to make a desperate attempt. Before Okuda could say anything, Lin Yi walked towards the astrolabe. Okuda moved aside subconsciously, and before he could react, Lin Yi's hand was already in the astrolabe. "Captain, what did you say?" The voices of the first mate and the other crew members rang out from the sound transmission array. Okudaba looked at Lin Yi and gritted his teeth. "Listen to him." As soon as he said that, a beam of starfall of the starfall formation landed on the sea in front of them. Okudaba and the others who had just decided to believe in Lin Yi were stunned. What was going on? The 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts were a few miles away, and the area covered by the light beam was empty. There was nothing at all, not even a profound ascending stage sea beast. What the hell was this guy doing? Lin Yi didn't wait for them to ask anything as he shot down 3 more pillars of light, but there was still nothing. Okuda couldn't take it anymore and roared, "Get out of the way if you don't know how to do it, stop being a hindrance. If you don't understand, then don't talk nonsense. If you want to live, then watch carefully." Lin Yi didn't move. Okudaba's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. His opponent's terrifying aura made his heart skip a beat. He felt as if he had encountered a supermaster who was far above him. However, when he looked again, he found that there was no difference from before. He was clearly just a mid-nascent soul brat. Was it because he was under too much pressure? Okuda shook his head. At this moment, Lin Yi used another 3 beams of starfall of the starfall formation. The result was the same as before. Everyone was about to go crazy. Every single starfall light pillar consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, and in the blink of an eye, this brat had created a total of 7 light pillars. At this rate, they wouldn't even be able to last for 6 hours. Their reserves of spiritual energy would definitely be exhausted in advance. Not only did everyone look at each other speechlessly, even the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts outside were baffled. After waiting for a while and seeing that there was no movement, they each launched a frenzied attack at the ancient warship. Because the Starfall spell had already absorbed a large amount of spiritual chi, the strength of the defensive spell was far less than before. In addition, the crazy attacks of the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts were no small matter. The battleship was actually shaking back and forth under the attacks. The defensive spell was about to be completely destroyed, and the situation was in danger. Including Okuda, everyone's faces turned pale. They couldn't care less about telling Lin Yi to give way. They could only shout, "Release the Starfall formation. If you don't release it, we'll die." Unexpectedly, Lin Yi turned to look at them. He smiled calmly and said, "The master hasn't shown himself yet. What's the rush?" Okuda and the others were furious. How could this kid still be in the mood to act cool at a time like this? Did he think this was a joke? At this moment, the warship shook violently. It tilted so much that it almost capsized. Fortunately, the pilot reacted fast enough and adjusted the direction in time. Only then did they barely escape the disaster. Everyone was stunned. Although the attacks of the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts were terrifying, it wasn't enough to tilt the warship to such an extent before the defense was destroyed. Could it be? At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, "Look!" Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There was a magnificent mountain range a few miles away. Of course, it wasn't a real mountain range. It was a super sea beast that was as majestic as a humpback whale. The difference was that the humpback whale was heavy and clumsy, but this one was slender and agile. All they could see was pitch black. It was covered in dense scales. In addition to its slender body, the first impression this sea beast gave everyone was that it was a giant sea snake. However, when it floated up and revealed more of its ferocious body, this thought was immediately dispelled. Sea King Dragon. This name appeared in Lin Yi's mind subconsciously when he saw the dense sawtooth of this super sea beast and the 4 huge and powerful fins on both sides of it. You recognize it? The ghost was shocked. Chapter 4784. The name is very close, but it's not a Sea King dragon. It's a sea dragon, the creature closest to the sea god in the legends, the ghostly thing explained. Sea dragon. Lin Yi only realized then. No wonder this thing said that it was related to him. They were both dragons, but one was a spirit beast and the other was a sea beast. Their blood relationship was a bit too far apart, and they basically had nothing to do with each other. Sea dragon. It's a sea dragon. We actually encountered a sea dragon. Okuda suddenly yelled in excitement as he started to gesticulate incoherently. This was the legendary god of the sea. It was practically the totem of the boundless sea. He had been sailing the seas for more than 300 years, but he had never seen it before. The others were also shocked. If there was a sea beast that they talked about the most, it would definitely be the sea dragon, because there were too many legends related to the sea dragon. They could not even talk about it for 3 days and 3 nights. They did not expect to see a living sea dragon with their own eyes today. However, before everyone could calm down from their excitement, the sea dragon with the sea god's halo on its head charged at them again. With a loud bang, the warship flipped over again. After barely stabilizing the body of the ship, the excited people felt like a bucket of ice water had been poured over their heads. The defense formation had been destroyed. Everyone, including Okuda Dam, turned pale with fright when they saw the halo of the defensive formation vanish. Only now did they react. Not only was it not their good fortune to see a legendary super sea beast like the sea dragon, but it was also their misfortune. Without the protection of the defensive formation, everyone would die here. There was no chance of survival. At that moment, in the midst of the chaos, Lin Yi suddenly gathered his true chi and shouted, "Starfall formation, release." Fortunately, the crew members did not completely lose their composure. After hearing Lin Yi's order, they subconsciously responded. In an instant, 7 starfall pillars fell from the sky, and each of them was in the same position as the 7 that had missed before. Only now did Lin Yi realize that repeatedly using the starfall light pillar at the same location would greatly shorten the charging time by more than 100 times. With this kind of speed, even stronger existences would not be able to react, let alone those in the mountain opening stage. However, the opponent was still a sea dragon with the title of Sea God. Its instantaneous reaction speed still caused Lin Yi to break out in a cold sweat. It had actually managed to dodge 6 of the starfall light pillars. In the end, it had no choice but to take the last one. If not for the last one, everything would have been for naught. Then, the fate that awaited everyone would have been a tragic death. Fortunately, the chess piece had not missed its target. This was the work of the ghostly creature. He had already calculated all of the sea dragon's escape routes when he placed his chess pieces in these 7 spots. One of the 7 starfall pillars would definitely be hit. The legendary existence closest to the sea god had still been tricked by this distant relative of his. Roar! There was a deafening roar. After the sea dragon was hit by the starfall light pillar, it was not blasted into pieces like the humpback whale. Instead, it only had a large hole in its body. It was not a light injury. After suffering such a huge loss, the sea dragon did not run away. Instead, it became even more ferocious and wanted to attack the warship again. It only needed one strike to kill everyone here. Unfortunately, Lin Yi was not going to give it the chance. Starfall formation, release again. Another 7 starfall light pillars were fired. This time, the sea dragon had another large hole in its body. This time, it did not dare to act rashly. It let out a shrill roar and chose to turn and flee. However, Lin Yi had no intention of letting it go. He immediately launched another series of starfall light pillars in hot pursuit. The world fell silent. It's dead. Okuda swallowed his saliva with difficulty as he looked ahead. It was a pity that the sea in front of him had already been dyed with murky blood. He could not see anything under the sea. After the sea dragon was hit by the last starfall light pillar, it did not surface again. Perhaps it had already been blasted into pieces. As for the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts, they had already been blasted into smithereens by the previous round of bombardment. Not even their bones were left. What do you think? Lin Yi looked at him noncommittally. He turned around and walked to Huiyuti's side. He let out a long breath and said, "It's fine now. Let's go back." After hearing what Lin Yi said, the others finally burst into an earth-shattering cheer. Anyone who had been in front of the gates of hell for such a long time would be out of breath. Their heartstrings were almost broken. Now that they had finally recovered, it was a joyous occasion to have a new lease on life. Seeing Lin Yi and Huiyuti leave, Okuda could not help but have a complicated expression. He wanted to say something, but he did not know what to say. He could only stand there in a daze. "Senior Ghost, is that sea dragon really dead?" Lin Yi could not help but ask in his mind as he and Huiyuti returned to the living quarters of the East Continent's disciples. Not only was Okuda puzzled by this question, but he himself was also uncertain. "I already said that it was my distant relative. How could I kill it? The ghost laughed. Even he felt guilty for saying this. He knew that it was a distant relative, yet he still schemed against it. He could only add, it was only seriously injured and escaped. Ha! Won't it make a comeback? Lin Yi was shocked. The sky was about to brighten, and the ancient battleship that had exhausted its spiritual energy was completely defenseless. It could not even withstand a casual attack from it. That won't be the case. It's not that easy to recover from its injuries. After suffering such a huge loss, it won't dare to cause trouble for a short period of time. However, it's hard to say in the future, said the ghost. In the future. It has nothing to do with me in the future. I don't care what happens after I get off the ship. Lin Yi laughed nonchalantly. He then asked, oh yes, I was just wondering why this sea dragon would cause trouble for us. Did Okuda-ba and the others offend it before? It doesn't seem like it. It looks like it's their first time seeing it. Hee, they don't need to cause trouble. Actually, the existence of this ancient battleship is already irreconcilable to the sea dragon. The ghost laughed. Why do you say that? Lin Yi asked curiously. A ship needs its keel. Do you know what the keel of an ancient battleship is made of? The ghost asked instead of answering. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment. This time, he suddenly reacted. Could it be the sea dragon? That's right. That's the reason. If you were the sea dragon and saw a battleship flying over your head, how would you feel? Perhaps it would be even more extreme. Lin Yi laughed and shook his head. Chapter 4785. I'm fine. Lin Yi chuckled. Seeing that Ning Xuefei was safe and sound, he felt much more at ease. The reason why he had rushed back was to see Ning Xuefei, fearing that something might have gone wrong in the chaos earlier. However, after seeing Lu Ziyu who had followed closely behind him, he knew that he had been worrying too much. Ning Xuefei and Lu Ziyu were astonished, especially when they heard about the appearance of the sea dragon. Their eyes lit up, and Lu Ziyu was no exception. It seemed that this creature, which was closest to the sea god, was indeed extraordinary. Everyone had heard of its legends. As Lin Yi and the others were talking, there was a commotion in the crowd. Ba Okuda had arrived. After looking at Lin Yi with a complicated expression, Okuda-ba didn't immediately approach him. Instead, he faced the crowd and said, everyone, because of the crisis just now, our battleship has consumed all of its reserve spiritual chi, so we can't continue sailing for the time being. We can only wait for the spiritual chi to be replenished. During this time, you must not act on your own. Without the startled beast array, there is no defensive array. I believe I don't need to explain the dangers involved. Ah. Then what should we do? Everyone's faces turned pale with fright. They had been staying in the relatively isolated living area all this time, so they didn't have a clear understanding of the situation outside. As for the Starfall array, the 10,000-kilometer array, and the like, they had never even heard of them. They only knew that they had been attacked by a group of super sea beasts, but they had never thought that the battle would be so precarious. The ancient warship was originally a giant that galloped across the sea. In everyone's hearts, no sea beasts could pose a fatal threat to them. But now, they were suddenly told that they had completely exhausted all their spiritual energy. Wouldn't they be doomed if they continued to drift on the sea? Everyone, don't worry too much. As long as we can hold on for a day and a night, the warship will be able to replenish its spiritual energy and set sail again. Although there are threats outside, so many super sea beasts have died this time. For the time being, there shouldn't be anything that dares to come close. So, it's still relatively safe. There's no need to panic. Hearing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. As long as they persevered for a day and a night, they would be able to resume their journey. That should not be a problem. But for safety's sake, we must double our vigilance during this period. Vice Dean Liu, you and I are the strongest on this ship, so we'll have to work a bit harder, Okudaba said. It's part of my duty, no problem, Liu Ziyu immediately agreed. Alright. If there's nothing else, let's disperse. Okudaba nodded and walked towards Lin Yi under everyone's watchful eyes. He hesitated for a moment before saying, "Young hero Lin, what happened before was purely a misunderstanding. What we need the most right now is a lookout," without waiting for him to finish. Lin Yi directly waved his hand and refused, "I don't want to do it. Since you guys don't listen to me, what's the use of being a lookout? Forget it, save your energy." Hearing that, Okudaba's face darkened. However, he wasn't a fool. The treasure ship incident on the North Island could be regarded as a groundless rumor, but he had seen it with his own eyes today. This Lin Yi's sailing talent was something he had never seen before in his life. Comparisons were odious, and comparisons were odious. Today, he had truly witnessed what it meant to be a super genius born for the sea. One must know that the real lookout on his ship was a veteran who was even more experienced than him. His rich experience was well known in the navigation world. Now, his status and prestige on the ship was only slightly lower than that of the captain. Even the vice captain and the chief officer couldn't compare to him. However, such an experienced senior in the navigation world hadn't been able to discover the horde of sea beasts in time. Instead, Lin Yi had discovered it long ago. If he had followed Lin Yi's warning, there wouldn't have been so many problems afterward, and they wouldn't have been in such a precarious situation. That was not all. After that, Lin Yi's performance in taking over the Starfall formation during the crisis made all the crew members, including Okudaba, dumbfounded and even shocked. When they were still having a headache over the 3 mountain opening stage sea beasts, Lin Yi had directly targeted the mastermind behind the scenes. They hadn't even found the shadow of the sea dragon, but Lin Yi had already begun to set up a plan to deal with it. Thinking of how he reprimanded Lin Yi for making trouble, Okudaba couldn't help but blush. As the captain of a warship, it was really embarrassing that he couldn't even see through Lin Yi's plan. Now that he thought about it, the Starfall formation was a huge fucking shame in the hands of the real captain. He couldn't even deal with a few mountain opening stage sea beasts. On the other hand, Lin Yi could even deal with the sea dragon easily. The gap between them wasn't just a little bit, it was like a world of difference. At this time, the disciples of the East Continent who didn't know the inside story were still watching the show. Especially Ren Zhongyuan and the others, they all had a gloating expression on their faces. Lin Yi actually dared to talk to Okudaba in this tone. Did he really think that everyone would spoil him in West Island? He even said that he wasn't a lookout anymore. Did he think that he could quit this kind of job just because he wanted to? What an idiot who didn't know what was good for him. Until now, Ren Zhongyuan still hadn't heard the change in Okudaba's tone. He was still immersed in his dream of sending Lin Yi into the fire pit. He thought that Okudaba deliberately said this in front of everyone to emphasize the importance of being a lookout so that he could punish Lin Yi later. However, what Okudaba said next made Ren Zhongyuan and the others' jaws drop. "Young hero Lin, I was really careless about what happened before. I sincerely apologize to you for that." This time, not only was everyone dumbfounded, but Liu Ziyu and the others also looked at each other. Even Lin Yi himself couldn't help but feel a little surprised. He really didn't expect this high and mighty captain to be willing to put down his pride and take the initiative to apologize to him in front of so many people. To be honest, I also regret it now. If I had listened to young hero Lin's warning at the first instance, so many things wouldn't have happened. It's just that I felt that there was no danger at the time, and I thought that you were a newbie with insufficient experience, so I took it for granted and didn't believe you. I didn't expect things to turn out like this in the end. It really makes me feel ashamed. Okudaba's tone was quite sincere. Lin Yi couldn't help but think highly of this person. He was able to take things in stride and was worthy of being the captain of a ship. Although he seemed like a complete bastard when he stood up for Ren Zhongyuan previously, now it seemed that this person wasn't completely useless and could be considered a top figure. Chapter 4786. No matter what, I have to thank young hero Lin on behalf of everyone on this ship for saving our lives. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't be standing here safe and sound. Okuda bowed deeply to Lin Yi. Everyone's eyes widened as if they'd just seen a ghost. The captain was supposed to stand up for Ren Zhongyuan and teach Lin Yi a lesson. How did things turn out like this all of a sudden? Also, what did he mean by thanking Lin Yi for saving his life on behalf of everyone else? What in the world had just happened? Everyone was confused. Ren Zhongyuan looked at Okuda with his mouth agape. He couldn't help but want to jump out and ask for an explanation. However, before he could open his mouth, Uncle Okuda shot him a stern look, making him shut up. No need. We're all on the same boat. I'm just trying to protect myself. Lin Yi waved his hand. To be honest, if there were other ways to ensure the safety of Ning Shuefei and the others, with Okuda's previous actions, Lin Yi might not be willing to stand out and save the situation. Even if Lin Yi was willing, that thing might not be willing to help him out so wholeheartedly. After all, this was a sea dragon that was related to him. Who the hell would help a human fight against their own relatives, even if they were distant relatives that had nothing to do with each other? They still had a dragon in their name. Young hero Lin, you're too humble. No matter what, I have to thank you. Okuda was still very sincere. He invited, I also know that with young hero Lin's ability, it's really a waste of your talent to be a lookout. So, I'm now sincerely inviting you to join my ship in the name of the captain. With young hero Lin's sailing ability, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise you the position of vice captain in the future. There was an uproar. This matter was getting more and more confusing. It was fine if Okuda didn't think of ways to screw over Lin Yi, but why was he trying to rope in Lin Yi? He even put down his status as a corporal and offered the position of vice captain. Everyone was just watching the show, but Ren Zhongyuan was so shocked that his jaw was dislocated. He looked at Okuda Dam in disbelief. What was Uncle Okuda doing? Little did he know that Okuda-ba was only willing to help him deal with Lin Yi because he was giving his father face. However, after last night's battle, Lin Yi's value was far above his father's. If he didn't quickly change his attitude, it would only prove that Okuda-ba was a fool. For a person like Okuda-ba who was used to gallop on the sea, a talented sailing master was absolutely more important than anything else. What 7th-level alchemist could not compare to him at all? This was the trump card that could allow him to sit back and relax at sea. Okuda Dam's invitation. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be moved. The position of vice captain was basically on the same level as the vice dean of East Continent College. In order to win him over, the other party didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money. But as much as he was moved, Lin Yi had never planned on doing something like this. Naturally, he wouldn't accept an invitation like this. He shook his head faintly. I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in this. Please find someone else, Captain. Okuda-ba's expression suddenly froze. Even if the other party was the prince consort of West Island with a promising future, he was still a master in the middle stage of nascent soul after all. Offering such a high-level position as vice-captain was already very sincere, but he didn't expect it to be rejected without hesitation. Sure enough, it was not so easy to invite a master. In that case, I won't force you. Okuda-ba had to smile bitterly. Although he was very disappointed, he also knew that people like Lin Yi had to be on good terms with as many ways as possible. In this way, there might be a chance in the future. Otherwise, if he continued to offend people like this, he would only make himself an unimaginably strong enemy. With Lin Yi's amazing performance in the battle last night, he now couldn't help but start to doubt Lin Yi's background. At least one thing was for sure, this guy was not as simple as the prince consort of West Island or a disciple of North Island. There must be a more powerful and terrifying background behind him. Otherwise, it was impossible for him to master the starfall formation so skillfully. After all, this kind of thing was hard to come by, whether it was in West Island or North Island. However, Okudaba didn't give up so easily. Instead, he suggested, this time, my ship's vitality is greatly damaged. If there's no powerful person to personally control it, there may be more trouble on the way. So I have a presumptuous request, and I hope young Master Lin will consider it seriously. Oh. Just say it. Lin Yi frowned slightly. He had changed a lot about this guy now. At least he didn't hate him as much as before. If it wasn't an outrageous request, it wouldn't be a problem to agree. After all, they were still on this warship. If something went wrong, they would definitely be in trouble. I want to invite young Master Lin to control this warship together. Don't worry, this time there won't be a mistake like before. All the crew members on this warship will carefully follow young Master Lin's every order. I wonder if young Master Lin can help me. Okudaba paused, then added, of course, this needs a good reason. An honorary vice captain position should be just right. Young Master Lin, don't worry, this won't affect anything else you do. If you want to go, just go. There's no need to be entangled. You want me to control this warship together? Lin Yi's eyes lit up when he heard that. He didn't care about the honorary vice captain position at all, but he was very interested in the opportunity to control an ancient warship of this scale. Even if one didn't have a sailor's dream of riding the sea, as long as one was a man, they would be instinctively interested in these things. Guns, cannons, carriages, horses, especially a super warship that represented the ultimate power. This was something that was destined in their bones. Lin Yi was no exception. As an assassin, Lin Yi had piloted planes and cannons in the mortal world, but he had never piloted a warship before. Especially after personally controlling a super-killing formation like the Starfall Matrix, Lin Yi actually had a tendency to love it so much that he couldn't bear to part with it. Even though he had only listened to the ghost's orders and played the chess pieces, using the Starfall Matrix to fight against a super overlord of the sea like the Sea Dragon, and even beat it until it ran away in panic. That feeling was extremely satisfying, and he couldn't help but feel intoxicated. Chapter 4787. Okay, I can promise you that, but I have a condition. Lin Yi's tone was still calm. Young hero Lin, please say it. Okudaba quickly said. That guy is too much of an eyesore. Let him stay in his room. Don't let me see him, it's annoying. Lin Yi pointed in the direction of Ren Zhongyuan. Someone, send Ren Zhongyuan back to his room. He is not allowed to step out of his room until we reach East Continent. Okudaba immediately gave the order without hesitation. This kind of condition was not a loss to him at all. Even if he put Ren Zhongyuan in confinement, Ren Zhongyuan's father would not dare to fall out with him because of such a small matter. Everything would be the same, and there would be no change at all. Uncle Okuda. Don't. You are good friends with my father. How can you help an outsider? Ren Zhongyuan immediately shouted in exasperation. He never would have thought that this would happen. Not only did Okudaba not help to deal with Lin Yi, but he also wanted to please Lin Yi to deal with him. What the hell was this? Noisy. What are you waiting for? Okudaba frowned. Immediately, the crew guards came over and dragged Ren Zhongyuan away. Ren Zhongyuan could not use his true chi now. He was a complete cripple. He could not even struggle. He could only be dragged away like a dog. Everyone was dumbfounded by this scene. They were so shocked that they could not close their mouths for a long time. This time, they deeply understood two old sayings. One was the wheel of fortune, and the other was the flip of a book. Okuda turned a deaf ear to Ren Zhongyuan's heart-wrenching scream and turned to look at Lin Yi with a smile. Young hero Lin, is this okay? Yes. Lin Yi nodded. He had a better understanding of this guy. He was indeed capable, but he was also black-hearted and thick-skinned. He had to be careful when dealing with this kind of guy. Don't be fooled by his straightforward appearance. He could easily sell you out in the blink of an eye. Okuda smiled in satisfaction. Although he did not succeed in getting Lin Yi on board this time, it was not unacceptable. It was just an honorary vice-captain position. He did not even need to pay a salary to get a sailing expert. No matter how one looked at it, this deal was not a loss. Having become the honorary vice-captain, Lin Yi's status on the warship instantly rose to a level where he was second only to one person and above tens of thousands of people. Even the original vice-captain and first officer had to be polite to him, and the treatment he received was so high that even Lu Ziyu could not help but feel envious. She repeatedly sighed that people really could not be compared with each other. After an uneventful day, the warship once again set sail amidst the cheers of the crowd. Lin Yi wandered around the various important cabins when he had nothing to do. These were the things that interested him the most. In any case, he was the honorary vice-captain. In order to rope him in, Okuda had never stopped Lin Yi. From the captain's point of view, if Lin Yi could control the starfall formation so well, what other secrets could there be? If they were to talk about secrets, the starfall formation was the core secret. Lin Yi knew much more than them. As for the lookout tower, Lin Yi did not go up there again. Okuda only asked him to look after it when he was free. If there was any danger ahead, he did not even need to go up to the lookout tower to know. He could easily get people to avoid it in advance. He was much more accurate and timely than the original veteran lookout. After doing this a few times, the reputation of being a genius navigator spread like wildfire. Lin Yi had inadvertently become a rising star in the world of navigation. He had become a rising star in the world of navigation. Ning Shuefei was even happier than Lin Yi about Lin Yi's extraordinary treatment. Her face was filled with pride. This was not simply a wife taking pride in her husband. She was much more interested in this ancient warship than Lin Yi. It was a good opportunity for her to openly learn from him and make preparations for the future. Hui Yudi, on the other hand, was rather helpless. Because Ning Shuefei had been following him everywhere, she no longer had the chance to spend time alone with Lin Yi. As for the bold idea that she had on the lookout tower, she did not even dare to think about it. She could only bury it deep in her heart for the time being. After a whole month at sea, the warship finally entered the legendary Yellow Sea of the East Continent. Although it had only been a few years since he came to the Heavenly Island, Lin Yi could be considered to have seen a lot. Not only the North Island, but also the Middle Island, the South Island, and the West Island. However, seeing the scene in front of him this time, he could not help but be shocked. Big. Very big. This was Lin Yi's first reaction when he saw the Yellow Sea of the East Continent. The North and West Islands' docks were many times smaller than the one in front of him. This was a true superport that stretched as far as the eye could see. If it was only the size of the port, it would be fine. The key was that the ships parked in front of him were too spectacular. Looking from afar, more than half of them were treasure ships, and there were even a few huge warships parked among them. As for those ordinary ships, even if they were super ships with huge tonnage, they did not seem to be presentable in this place at all. They were simply like small fishing boats parked beside these giants of the sea. They would be too embarrassed to even greet people when they walked out. Treasure ships, warships, didn't they say that these things are very rare? Why are they everywhere here? Lin Yi could not help but swallow his saliva. Previously, he thought that owning a treasure ship was already very awesome. Now that he thought about it, he felt that he was too naive. He really had not seen the world. That's right. Not to mention ancient warships, even treasure ships are very rare strategic goods. It's just that more than 80% of the treasure ships of the 5 great heavenly islands are concentrated in the East continent. That's why they look so similar. This kind of scene can never be seen in other places, Hui Yuri explained with a smile. I see. Lin Yi nodded. He could not help but praise in his heart. The East continent was indeed worthy of being the largest and strongest island in the Heavenly Islands. Seeing it today, it really deserved its reputation. Accompanied by a low port call, the warship finally slowly approached the shore. Rinzhong Yuan, who had been confined for a whole month, was finally released. This time, he did not dare to come and find trouble. Now, even Okuda Dam was helping Lin Yi. No matter how stupid he was, he knew that there was nothing he could do. He glared at Lin Yi and the others from afar. Their faces were full of resentment and unwillingness. Rinzhong Yuan, Xiao Tian, and the others could only resentfully disembark the ship and leave in a hurry. They did not even bid farewell to Hui Yuri before disappearing into the crowd. They probably did not have the face to harass Hui Yuri for the time being. Lin Yi and the others were more than happy to see this. These annoying guys all had extraordinary backgrounds. They could not kill them. Although they could make the other party suffer a loss by taking the initiative to approach them, they would inevitably be in a bad mood. What the eyes did not see, the heart did not grieve. Chapter 4788. But what made people speechless was that he was only attentive to Lin Yi, while Lu Ziyu, who had the highest status, was instead given the cold shoulder. They did not know whether to laugh or cry. Thank you very much, Captain Okuda. We'll meet again. Lin Yi smiled and nodded. After interacting with him for this period of time, he realized that this person was actually not too bad. Other than the fact that he would turn hostile as quickly as flipping a book, he did not have any other major problems. Although he knew that the other party was doing this purely to rope him in, having a friend who owned an ancient warship might come in handy one day. Bon voyage, and we'll meet again. Okuda Ba laughed heartily. Those who were not familiar with him would really be fooled by this guy's image. If anyone really thought that he was honest and straightforward, they would definitely be cheated until their faces bled in the future. After disembarking, the group of East Continent disciples all came over to bid farewell to Lu Ziyu, then left in 2s and 3s, returning to their respective homes. However, Lu Ziyu, Lin Yi, and the others did not immediately set off for Morning Pride Academy, but found a nearby inn to stay temporarily. There was no other reason than that they had to solve a very important problem in the next few days. Which academy were they going to? Ning Shengling did not give a clear answer to this question, only saying that Ning Shuefei could choose for herself. As for Lin Yi, he would obviously go wherever Ning Shuefei went. Along the way, Lu Ziyu had specially asked Ning Shuefei this question several times, but it was a pity that this girl was busy peeking at the secrets of the ancient warship, and did not seriously consider it at all. That was why it had dragged on until now. Lu Ziyu could only helplessly drag it out. Her mission was to personally send Ning Shuefei to school, and she could not just leave now. Lu Ziyu, Ning Shuefei, Hui Yuri, and Lin Yi sat around a table, staring at each other. There was a huge pile of information on the table, and it included all the Huangstep academies in the East Continent. If they wanted to finish reading all the information, they would have to spend a lot of effort. If they wanted to finish reading all the information, Lin Yi roughly estimated that it would take at least 3 to 5 days. Ning Shuefei felt a headache coming on. Not to mention her, even if it was Lin Yi, he would not be able to handle it. To find the one that he liked the most among so many academies was like finding a needle in a haystack. How could it be easy? Why don't you recommend one to me? Ning Shuefei had to ask for help with tears in her eyes. Everyone looked at each other. Neither Lu Ziyu nor Hui Yuri said anything. Helping Ning Shuefei choose an academy could be a big or small matter. If this was spread by someone with ulterior motives, and they were accused of interfering in the internal affairs of West Island, they would die of injustice. Even if Ning Shengling had no objections, the other academies in the East Continent would definitely be dissatisfied. If they could recruit Ning Shuefei, the princess of the West Island, into the academy, it would be a major event for any academy in the East Continent. To a certain extent, this was a special honor that only first-rate academies could enjoy. Therefore, this matter could only be decided by Ning Shuefei herself. Lu Ziyu did not want to be the subject of gossip. Helpless, Ning Shuefei could only turn to look at Lin Yi. Lin Yi did not have much scruples about this. He was the son-in-law of West Island, and he had enough say in this matter. How about going to Morning Star Academy? Lin Yi thought about it and said. This was the East Continent Academy that he knew the earliest, and both Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao were there. As long as Ning Shuefei became the disciple of the divine nun of Donghai, they could take care of each other after they went there. Of course, there was a selfish motive in this. Lin Yi just wanted to take the opportunity to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. It had been 2 years since they parted at the South Continent Sea. It would be a lie to say that he did not miss the two girls. This was the perfect opportunity. Ning Shuefei did not care about this at all. She would do whatever Lin Yi said. In the end, when she was about to nod and agree, Lu Ziyu, who was at the side, suddenly interrupted her righteously. No. Why? Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei could not help but be stunned. I'm Feifei's recommendation. Although this doesn't mean that Feifei has to enter our Morning Pride Academy, with this layer of relationship, she can't enter the Morning Star Academy, because that's our academy's greatest competitor. Lu Ziyu said firmly. There's such a thing. Lin Yi was instantly surprised. He knew of such an academy, but it turned out to be Morning Pride Academy's archenemy. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? That's right. Don't you realize that these two names are very similar? Lu Ziyu asked with a bitter smile. Morning Pride. Morning Star. Now that you mention it, it's only a difference of one word. Isn't this a coincidence? Lin Yi said curiously. He had not thought in this direction before, and thought it was just a coincidence. The naming of an academy is a huge matter. How can it be a coincidence? Actually, these two academies were originally one, but because of a major incident, they split up. Afterwards, they did not interact with each other, and the estrangement grew deeper and deeper, leading to the current situation. Lu Ziyu said with a sigh. So that's how it is. Lin Yi could only shake his head with a bitter smile. Letting Ning Shuefei go to Morning Star was originally his most ideal plan, but now it seemed like there was no chance. Then what should we do? Ning Shuefei was suddenly at a loss. I'm also at my wit's end. I only know of Morning Star. I've never heard of any other academies. Lin Yi shrugged helplessly. Seeing that the two of them were at a loss, Lu Ziyu said, actually, for a princess of the West Island like Feifei, Golden Step Academy is just a springboard. In the future, she will definitely go to the East Continent's profound Steppe Sea region to further her studies. This is just her first stop, so as long as it's a top-ranked Golden Step Academy, any one of them will do. Then why don't you just stay at our Morning Pride Academy? We can keep each other company. Hui Yuti's eyes suddenly lit up. She did not have as many misgivings as Lu Ziyu, and it was not a big problem for her to say something like this. After all, she and Ning Shuefei were best friends, and if Ning Shuefei stayed at Morning Pride Academy, Lin Yi would definitely stay for a period of time, so it was killing two birds with one stone. She did not want to bid farewell to Lin Yi so soon. Okay. Ning Shuefei nodded repeatedly. Lu Ziyu looked at this scene and smiled with gratification, but in the end, he still shook his head and said, I originally thought so too, but it's a pity that there just had to be no quota this year. It's really too regretful. No quota. Lin Yi was stunned. There was even a quota for this. When it came to Ning Xuefei, the princess of the West Island, normal academies would fight to the death for her. Who would push away something as small as a quota? Chapter 4789. Lin Yi suddenly didn't know what to say. Because Lu Ziyu was the person who recommended Chen Zhao, she couldn't go to Chen Xing, and because Chen Xing didn't let go of the rigid rules, she couldn't go to Chen Zhao either. After thinking about it, he could only use one word to describe it: fuck. Then what should we do? Ning Xuefei also had a headache. For now, you can only go to a nearby academy and stay for 1 or 2 years, then come back to our Chen Zhao. Lu Ziyu said a method that wasn't really a solution. She had personally promised Ning Shengling that she would take good care of Ning Xuefei. If they were too far away, it would be hard for her to take care of Ning Xuefei, and then she would go back on her words. Are there any good academies nearby? Ning Xuefei asked. Soaring Cloud Academy. Its strength is considered top-notch among the Huang Stage academies, and it's not far from our Chen Zhao Academy. Also, our relationship has always been good. You can enter as long as you say hello. Fei Fei, what do you think? Lu Ziyu suggested. Soaring Cloud. Isn't that the academy of Ren Kaizi and the others? Ning Xuefei couldn't help but purse her lips. Ever since Wei Yudi called Kong Mingming a Kaizi, the word Kaizi had become a general term for those annoying people. Kong Mingming was Kong Kaizi, and Ren Zhongyuan was Ren Kaizi. Lin Yi and Wei Yudi couldn't help but frown slightly. Although it was a bit too much to look down on Soaring Cloud Academy because of Ren Zhongyuan and the others, it really wasn't a good impression. Especially once they went to Soaring Cloud Academy, they would definitely be pestered by Ren Zhongyuan and the others. Moreover, it would be their home ground, and it would be very annoying. Lu Ziyu saw their concerns and smiled as she explained, you don't have to worry about this. With your identity as the princess of the West Island, after you go there, you will definitely be the most valued disciple of Soaring Cloud Academy. No matter how brave Ren Zhongyuan is, he wouldn't dare to mess around. Even if he isn't convinced, his father will also stop him. I will specially announce this to the higher-ups of their academy. This. Ning Xuefei turned to look at Lin Yi hesitantly, wanting Lin Yi to make a decision for her. Since that's the case, then listen to Vice Dean Lu and go to Soaring Cloud Academy. In this way, Fei Fei, you can always get together with Yudi. Otherwise, if you live too far away, you might not even see her once a year. That would be too lonely and boring. Lin Yi immediately nodded. This was also for the sake of making it convenient for Lu Ziyu to come over and take care of them. As for Ren Zhongyuan and the other clowns, they were a little annoying, but as long as they were given a bit of suffering and a good warning, there shouldn't be any problems. Lin Yi's standards were not so low that he would take these people seriously. Okay, I will go to the Soaring Cloud Academy. Ning Xuefei nodded her head and agreed. She would do whatever Lin Yi said. She would not worry about these things at all. Alright, there's no time to lose. Let's go. Lu Ziyu glanced at Lin Yi approvingly, looking like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more she looked at him, the more pleasing she felt. Not only was this child powerful and resourceful, what was even rarer was that he was so understanding and reasonable. He was practically the best choice to be her disciple's son-in-law. It was a pity that Ning Shengling had beaten her to it. Alas! Hui Yudi was also quite happy about this. In this way, not only could she get together with Ning Xuefei often, but she could also take the opportunity to spend a few more days with Lin Yi. After all, she had been to the Soaring Cloud Academy many times before, so she could be considered to be familiar with the way. The four of them immediately set off. Regardless of whether it was the Morning Pride Academy or the Soaring Cloud Academy, they were both thousands of miles away from the harbor. However, it was very convenient to rent flying spirit beasts here. It only took them 2 hours to travel this distance. After flying over the vast forest and the various large and small villages scattered in the forest, the four of them soon arrived at the square of the Soaring Cloud Academy. There were many pavilions and the atmosphere was solemn. Although Soaring Cloud Academy was only one of the many yellow rank academies, its overall scale and layout were not much worse than the 3 pavilions in the North Island and the palace in the West Island. In particular, any young disciple here was at least a master above the gold core stage, which made people secretly shocked. It was indeed true that the East Continent Academy was a place where geniuses gathered. In terms of average strength, the other heaven rank islands might not be able to compare with this academy. Of course, not all the disciples here were natives of the East Continent. Many of them were elites from other islands. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a magnificent gathering of talents. Lu Ziyu led Lin Yi and the other 2 to the front hall of the academy. At this time, after receiving the report, the higher-ups of the academy had already been waiting here. However, the scene was not as magnificent as Lin Yi had imagined. With Ning Xuefei's identity as the princess of the West Island, he had thought that the higher-ups of the academy would appear together. However, there was only a gentle and elegant woman waiting for them. This was not because the higher-ups of the Soaring Cloud Academy were putting on airs, but because as a yellow rank academy in the East Continent, they were at the very least reserved. No matter what the identity of the person who came was, she was just a disciple. If they made such a grand ceremony for the first time, then these disciples with special identities would all be lawless. It would be difficult to discipline them in the future. Xingma, long time no see. Lu Ziyu smiled and walked over. At the same time, she turned her head and introduced to the others, "This is the Vice Dean of the Soaring Cloud Academy, Chen Xingma. This is the Princess of the West Island, Ning Xuefei, and the son-in-law, Lin Yi." "Greetings, Vice Dean Chen." Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei hurriedly greeted. "Auntie Chen." Hui Yuti smiled and hugged the woman's arm. Looking at their intimate behavior, they should be very familiar with each other. "Hello, the dean just told me that Fei Fei will follow me to cultivate in the future. Is that okay?" Chen Xingma nodded slightly and said with a smile. As for Lin Yi, she didn't mention him. Obviously, she knew that Lin Yi was only here to send Ning Xuefei over, and didn't plan to enter the academy to cultivate. Yes, Fei Fei greets master." Ning Xuefei obediently returned to the etiquette of a disciple. Even if she was only following Chen Xingma to cultivate temporarily, she was still a proper master. "Okay." The corners of Chen Xingma's mouth curled up into a beautiful arc. She was originally beautiful and intellectual, and now, she seemed even more gentle and pleasant, making people feel as if they were bathing in a spring breeze. Lin Yi praised in his heart. He was very satisfied with his first impression of Ning Xuefei as his new master. Although they were both vice dean of the academy, Chen Xingma's temperament was completely different from Lu Ziyu's. Lu Ziyu was straightforward and had a sense of chivalry, while Chen Xingma was gentle and elegant. They were 2 completely different types of people. Although this kind of temperament wasn't as strong as Lu Ziyu, with Ning Xuefei's identity, no one would dare to provoke her. It didn't matter whether she was strong or not, as long as she could take good care of her. Just from this point alone, Chen Xingma was more suitable than Lu Ziyu. After greeting each other, Chen Xingma asked people to arrange rooms for them while she personally took them to visit the Soaring Cloud Academy. The Soaring Cloud Academy occupied a large area, and there was even a mountain behind it. Chen Xingma took them to each place and made a few comments. However, the perspective of her comments was very personal. Chapter 4790. If it was another high-level official who brought people to visit their college, of course, they would inevitably praise it, especially a powerful and resource-rich college like Soaring Cloud Academy, they would introduce it well. However, Chen Xingma didn't mention a word about this. Every time she opened her mouth, she would comment on the scenery and the atmosphere. She was really an intellectual woman. However, in addition to the scenery, Chen Xingmo introduced a little bit about the various arrays in the college. Although she didn't say much, her words were accurate. It could be seen that she should have a lot of knowledge and research on arrays, which was quite to Ning Shuafei's liking. In recent years, this girl had been researching a single direction, and that was how to combine forging and array formations. In particular, how to complement Han Jingjing in the future. This was an extremely important topic. Unfortunately, she was not proficient in array formations and was only a dabbler. This time, she would be able to learn from her master. It was worth mentioning that on the way to visit the college, they also met a few familiar faces. It was Ren Zhongyuan and the others who had returned earlier. Seeing Lin Yi and Ning Shuafei suddenly appear in this place, they were obviously stunned for a moment, but perhaps because of Chen Xingmo's presence, or perhaps because of the lingering fear of the previous loss, Ren Zhongyuan didn't directly bring his people to cause trouble. He just looked at Lin Yi from a distance and turned away. "Brother Ren, they have appeared in our academy at this time. This means that they are preparing to enroll here. Hee, this is a chance for revenge." Yi Xiaotian sneered as he looked at the backs of Lin Yi and the others. "Humph, enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. How dare they come to my soaring cloud academy? Do they really think that I can't do anything to them?" Ren Zhongyuan snorted coldly. Back on the warship, Lin Yi's casual words had caused Okuda to lock him up for a whole month. Ren Zhongyuan was pissed off just thinking about it. He was the one with the initiative, and Okuda was supposed to be on his side. But somehow, the kid had gotten all the limelight, and even Okuda was praising him to the point where he was helping Lin Yi against him. This matter could not be tolerated. However, no matter how unwilling he was, Ren Zhongyuan couldn't come up with any solution now. He knew that this matter could only be considered in the long run. Otherwise, if he acted recklessly again, he might suffer even more. Now, he was already a cripple who couldn't use his qi. If he was beaten again, it was possible that he would be crippled for life. "Brother Ren, do you have any ideas?" Yi Xiaotian asked. "Not yet. Don't be anxious. Wait for me to recover my strength first. Since they want to cultivate here, we'll have plenty of time to kill them," Ren Zhongyuan said with a stern expression. He had to admit that he had underestimated Lin Yi too much before. That was why he had suffered so many losses. Although he had been under house arrest in the room for the past month, Yi Xiaotian and the others had already inquired about Lin Yi's situation. They knew that this kid was far from being as simple as he looked. He was a real tough guy. If you want to beat him, you must hit the snake where it hurts. After saying this, Ren Zhongyuan immediately said goodbye to Yi Xiaotian and the others and returned to his manor. This was a top-notch mansion with birds chirping and flowers fragrant. After all, this was the residence of the chief alchemist of Shangyun Academy. His status was even higher than that of the deputy dean. Only the dean could barely suppress him. As soon as Ren Zhongyuan entered the gate, he was interrupted by a majestic reprimand. "How can you be so impulsive?" He looked in the direction of the voice. In the garden next to him, a middle-aged man was watering the flowers. He was thin and had an awe-inspiring aura, giving people a sense of oppression. This person was Ren Zhongyuan's father, Ren Tianzuo. F.A. Father. Ren Zhongyuan quickly squeezed out a respectful expression. Although he was arrogant and domineering outside, in front of his father, the chief alchemist, he usually didn't even dare to breathe. Ren Tianzuo nodded slightly and continued to carefully water the flowers and plants next to him. These were rare elixirs that he had spent a lot of money to ask someone to send. Any one of them was a priceless treasure, so he had to take care of them himself. After carefully watering all the elixirs, Ren Tianzuo turned his head to look at his son. After taking a look, he suddenly frowned. "You're poisoned." Yes. Ren Zhongyuan nodded with an ugly expression on his face. This was a humiliation he had never experienced before. A mere mid-stage nascent soul cultivator's chi was something he couldn't handle. If word of this got out, everyone would laugh their heads off. Come here. Ren Tianzuo put his hand on the acupuncture point on his son's wrist. After pondering for a moment, he tried to inject qi to resolve it. However, the next moment, his face suddenly became a little ugly. He said in a deep voice, "Who did you meet and what happened? Tell me the whole story. Don't miss a word." Ren Zhongyuan had no choice but to do as he was told, starting from the first time he met Lin Yi. He carefully recounted everything that had happened, not daring to exaggerate or exaggerate. He could only tell the truth without missing a word. This was the summary of his experience since he was a child. As long as he told the truth, no matter what happened, his father would stand on his side. However, if there was any concealment or lies, it would not escape his father's eyes. His ending would definitely be worse than now. Lin Yi. Even a realistic person like Okudaba holds him in high esteem. So, this is really an amazing young man. Ren Tianzuo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. In my opinion, this person's methods are indeed strange and unfathomable. It's just that they're all crooked methods. Most likely, there's a reason for his mistake in sailing. The most hateful thing is that this brat actually dared to poison people in public. He's really sinister and cunning. Ren Zhongyuan gnashed his teeth in dissatisfaction. This is your conclusion. Ren Tianzuo looked at him coldly. My son. The surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly felt that something was wrong, but he did think so. If he hadn't underestimated his opponent, he wouldn't have suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Yi. Was this wrong? How could I, Ren Tianzuo, give birth to such a fool like you? Ignorant and narrow-minded. Ren Tianzuo suddenly felt a little disappointed and snorted coldly. Okudaba has dominated the sea for 300 years. Do you think his insight is worse than yours? Also, do you still think that you've been poisoned? Was it not? Ren Zhongyuan was stunned. Chapter 4791. It's not poisonous gas. Then what is it? Ren Zhongyuan said weakly, shrinking his neck. This is just a strand of genuine qi. It's not a poisonous technique at all. It's just that the composition of the genuine qi is a bit special. Don't you feel ashamed to say that you practice both elixirs and medicine? Ren Tianzuo said angrily. Just a strand of genuine qi. That's impossible. Whose genuine qi would be so complicated? It covers all 5 basic attributes. Ren Zhongyuan still didn't believe it. That's why I said you're a frog in a well. You don't even understand that there's always someone better out there. You deserve to suffer. You're lucky you didn't die outside. Ren Tianzuo stared at him, frowned, and carefully tried to resolve it for him. However, it was to no avail. Ren Tianzuo shook his head and said, that young man named Lin Yi is really not simple. Even I can't resolve his genuine qi. The younger generation will surpass us in time. Then what should we do? Ren Zhongyuan immediately panicked. He thought it would be easy to resolve it with his father's means. He didn't expect it to be so tricky. If he couldn't resolve it as soon as possible, wouldn't he become a cripple who couldn't circulate his genuine qi for the rest of his life? It seems that normal means won't work. We can only refine it together with elixirs. However, you have to be mentally prepared. I guess it won't work until a month or so, Ren Tianzuo said in a low voice. Only then did Ren Zhongyuan heave a sigh of relief. At the same time, he felt incomparably sad. Even with his father's help, he still had to work hard for a month to refine a wisp of true qi. Wasn't this a little too strange? By the way, you just said that the guy named Lin Yi also came to our academy. Ren Tianzuo suddenly asked. Yes, this guy is too much. Father, you have to help me. Ren Zhongyuan was immediately overjoyed. If he could encourage his father to personally take action, not to mention a mere Lin Yi, even if 10 people came, they wouldn't know how they died. Help. Humph, you provoked him, and he spared your life. Do you want me to help you? Ren Tianzuo frowned again. With a cold snort, he warned, this kid is unfathomable. You better pay attention in the future. Don't always think of stirring up trouble. I don't have the time to clean up after you. After all, he was the chief alchemist. Ren Tianzuo's foresight was far greater than Ren Zhongyuan's. Although he was dissatisfied with Lin Yi, he could only punish his own son no matter how big a mistake he made. This was a common problem for most parents. However, he was only a little dissatisfied. It was not to the point where he would personally deal with Lin Yi. Only by keeping a low profile could one live a long life. This was Ren Tianzuo's philosophy of life. If it weren't for this belief, he wouldn't have been able to reach his current position step by step. He knew that once he stopped keeping a low profile, it might be the beginning of his demise. Therefore, he endured as much as he could. When Ren Zhongyuan heard this, he gritted his teeth unwillingly. However, in the face of his strict father, he did not dare to say anything. He could only silently suppress the hatred in his heart. He was not as far-sighted as his father. He had always been vengeful. These days, he had been completely blinded by hatred. It was impossible for him to stop now. The next day, Ren Zhongyuan ignored his father's order to recuperate at home and found an opportunity to sneak out. He gathered with Yi Xiaotian, Li Yuzhou, and Sun Baolu again. The 4 of them booked a luxury box in a restaurant inside the academy. They discussed the big plan together. Brother Ren, has the poison in your body been resolved? Yi Xiaotian and the others asked as soon as they met. Don't mention it. My old man said it would take a month to refine it. Just thinking about it makes me feel unlucky. Ren Zhongyuan curled his lips in annoyance. Everyone couldn't help but look at each other. Ren Tianzuo took so long to deal with it. This poison was really difficult to deal with. By the way, Brother Ren, I found out something today. Lin Yi doesn't seem to have any plans to enter our academy, Xiaotian suddenly said. What? Then what are they doing here? Ren Zhongyuan asked curiously. I saw Ning Shuafei's name in the latest disciple list, but I didn't see Lin Yi. I guess he is just accompanying Ning Shuafei this time and will leave soon. So if we want to find him for revenge, we have to hurry up. Otherwise, it will be difficult if we wait for this kid to run away. Yi Xiaotian pinched his chin and said. No. It wasn't easy for him to come here. We can't let this kid run away like this. Otherwise, I won't be able to calm down. You guys quickly think of a way. Ren Zhongyuan frowned and urged. The group looked at each other, speechless. Everyone here wanted to kill Lin Yi, but Lin Yi's strength was there for all to see. The incident of Lin Yi sending Scarface flying with a slap had been brought up again and again, and it was hard for them not to know about it. Especially now that Ren Zhongyuan himself was a cripple. How was he supposed to fight Lin Yi? Li Yuzhou, Sun Baolu, your lives were saved by me. Now is the time for you guys to come in handy. It wasn't easy for us to come to our own territory. Can't you even think of a way to deal with Lin Yi? Both of you are useless. Why are your heads on your necks? Ren Zhongyuan raised his hand and slapped each of them. Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu covered their red cheeks and asked Yi Xiaotian for help with grievances. Even Brother Ren can't think of a good idea. How can you blame us? Yi Xiaotian ignored them. He frowned and thought for a moment. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Ren, with our strength, we probably aren't that kid's opponent in a head-on battle. But if we alarm our backer because of this, it will seem like we are making a big fuss over a minor issue. It seems that there is only one way left." "What way?" Ren Zhongyuan asked quickly. "Misfortune flows to the east." Yi Xiaotian smiled coldly. "What misfortune flows to the east? Brother Yi, quickly tell me in detail." Ren Zhongyuan suddenly became spirited. "Let's not talk about this first. When I came back yesterday, I heard something. The one with the surname Lang seems to have returned." Yi Xiaotian said. "The one with the surname Lang? You mean Lang Ruffing? Didn't that guy go to the Mystic Steppe Sea region? Why did he suddenly come back?" Ren Zhongyuan couldn't help but feel strange. Speaking of this person, he couldn't help but gnash his teeth a little because this person was once his and Yi Xiaotian's sworn enemy. Although his background wasn't as deep as theirs, this person's strength was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Among the Academy's disciples of the same generation, he and Yi Xiaotian couldn't handle him at all. But 2 years ago, this person brought a female companion to the Mystic Steppe Sea region. At that time, Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian celebrated, but they didn't expect this guy to suddenly come back. Chapter 4792. The beauty pill was a 7th-grade medicinal pill. It could be said to be a super-enhanced version of the beauty pill. After taking it, not only could a woman maintain her youth forever, but it could also make her skin and face reborn. Even a disfigured ugly person could transform into a fairy after taking it. It could be said to be a priceless treasure that all women in the world would scramble for. Beauty pill. Ren Zhongyuan rolled his eyes and immediately knew why Yi Xiaotian mentioned this. He said excitedly, "My father was entrusted by someone to refine a group of beauty pills a while ago. It's not difficult to get one from them." "Brother Yi, you mean, you want me to use this beauty pill to win over Lang Rufin?" "Wrong, on the contrary, we want to give this beauty pill to Ning Xuefei." Yi Xiaotian smiled mysteriously. "Give it to Ning Xuefei." Ren Zhongyuan looked at him in confusion. Using the beauty pill to win over Lang Rufin and use this to make Lang Rufin cause trouble for Lin Yi, this was the logic of a normal person. What was the point of giving it to Ning Xuefei? "Brother Ren, think about it. With Lang Rufin's stone-like personality, even if you give him a beauty pill, are you sure you can order him around?" Yi Xiaotian asked instead of answering. "This may not be true." Ren Zhongyuan couldn't help but shake his head. Lang Rufin was not only ridiculously strong, but his personality was also very unyielding. Even if this kind of person was pinched on his weakness, there was no hope of making him obedient. His most likely reaction would be to fight to the death with you. In particular, there were many conflicts between them. Lang Rufin's disdain for the two of them was obvious on his face. It was basically impossible for him to be willing to be a fighter for them. So, a beauty pill alone is not enough to order him around. At most, it can only be used as a pretense to stir up trouble. Let's give the beauty pill to Ning Xuefei. Then, on the way, coincidentally, his woman heard it. "Brother Ren, what do you think will happen next?" Yi Xiaotian smiled slyly. "Brilliant. His woman is seeking death because of her disfigurement. She can only watch as a beauty pill passes in front of her. If she can resist snatching it, I will write the word Ren upside down." Ren Zhongyuan excitedly slapped his thigh. "That's it. As long as his woman takes action against Ning Xuefei, Lin Yi will definitely take action as well. At that time, the man surnamed Lang won't be able to stay out of it. It's said that he is infatuated with her and will do anything for his woman." Yi Xiaotian said proudly. This could be seen from the fact that Lang Rufin was willing to accompany his woman back from the Mystic Steppe Sea region. If it was anyone else, they would only have a 1 in 10,000 chance to continue staying in the Mystic Steppe Sea region. He would never come back even if he was beaten to death. Good plan. Good plan. Ren Zhongyuan sighed repeatedly. After thinking for a while, he added, if they don't fight at that time, we can also expose the fact that Lin Yi has the Thunder Xian vine. The beauty pill and the Thunder Xian pill are what his woman needs the most right now. It's impossible for Lang Xiaoting not to be tempted. The two of them spoke one after another, and a perfect plan was quickly formed. After discussing it, Ren Zhongyuan immediately went home to get the beauty pill. He wanted to see Lin Yi suffer. He didn't want to wait any longer. Taking advantage of Ren Tianzuo's absence, Ren Zhongyuan took out the beauty pill with ease and came out to discuss it with Yi Xiaotian. In addition, he found a reliable younger brother to be responsible for delivering the pill. After all, Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were too eye-catching. Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei would definitely not believe them. This younger brother's name was Qian Rui. After listening to the instructions, he solemnly took the beauty pill from Ren Zhongyuan's hand and waved it at Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu, who were standing at the side. He chuckled and said, "Brother Li, brother Sun, you two have a good rest. This younger brother promises to do a good job on this errand. Just wait and see." Li Yuzhou and Sun Baolu were so angry that they grinned. They were both Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian's younger brothers. The two of them had been suppressing Qian Rui. They didn't expect that this time, they would give him a chance to turn things around. It was really fucking annoying. But even if they were unhappy, they couldn't do anything about it. They could only watch Qian Rui walk away. Once this matter was settled, Qian Rui might really be able to make a comeback. Who told them to put themselves in trouble because of the photo incident? Humming a song along the way, Qian Rui followed Ren Zhongyuan's instructions and wandered to a courtyard. This was Lang Rufan's former residence. Because the place was secluded and suitable for recuperation, he snatched it back from others after returning from the Mystic Steppe Sea area. Except for Lang Rufan and his woman, no one would come here at other times. Qian Rui poked his head out and observed for a while, but there was no movement inside. According to the intelligence, Lang Rufan went to the business district early this morning. He should be trying to find a way to get the beauty pill and the Thunder Xian pill, so now only his disfigured woman, Yang Qinxue, was left here. Speaking of Yang Qinxue, this woman used to be a highly respected cold goddess in the Soaring Cloud Academy. Both her beauty and strength were first class in the academy. Otherwise, Lang Rufan wouldn't have taken a fancy to her, let alone followed him to the Mystic Steppe Sea area for further study. After all, that kind of place couldn't be taken care of by others, one had to be strong enough. Qian Rui licked his lips and carefully walked around the courtyard wall to the backyard. He peeped inside through the thin gap in the fence. As expected, he found Yang Qinxue in the pavilion in the backyard. Although her face was disfigured, this woman still made people's imagination run wild just by looking at her back. After all, she used to be a goddess. After confirming Yang Qinxue's location, Qian Rui immediately tiptoed back to the front yard and deliberately said to himself, "Where on earth does this woman named Ning Xuefei live? The old shopkeeper is really muddle-headed. He urges me to send the beauty pill to this Miss Ning as a congratulatory gift, but he doesn't give me the specific address. How can I find her?" Alas! His voice was neither loud nor soft. After saying this, Qian Rui exerted his divine sense with all his strength. As expected, Yang Qinxue, who was sitting in the backyard lifelessly, suddenly moved. Done! Qian Rui's heart skipped a beat, and he ran without hesitation. His strength was only at the early stage of nascent soul, and even if the other party was seriously injured, she was still at the peak of nascent soul. If he moved a little slower and was intercepted on the spot, it would be a big joke. Qian Rui's speed was extremely fast. After coming out of this secluded courtyard, he went straight to the newcomer's courtyard. According to the rules, every new disciple must live here for the first year. This was a rigid rule, even with Ning Shuefei's identity. Of course, only official disciples had this qualification, nominal disciples were not included. Chapter 4793. Every year, there would be dozens of people in the welcome pavilion, but the newcomer courtyard would usually only have 4 or 5 people. Rarely would there be more than 10 people. After all, this was the Eastern Continent Academy that only accepted genius disciples. Every year, there were only a few newcomers. At this time, Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei were chatting in the courtyard. There was no one else around. Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi had gone back to the Morning Pride Academy in the morning. It would probably be a few days before they could meet again. Chen Xingma had also gone out, so there were only the 2 of them left. Didn't they say that the new disciples live here? Why haven't I seen a single new disciple since yesterday? Ning Shuefei asked as she leaned on the stone table. It's probably not time yet. The major sects usually recruit disciples in spring or autumn. I think it's the same for the East Continent academies. Lin Yi couldn't help but think of the Morning Star Academy. Maybe the Soaring Cloud Academy was doing the same and was recruiting genius disciples in all the major heaven islands. Then it's so boring for me to be alone. Sister Hua can only come to see me every few days. You have to stay with me for a while. Ning Shuefei pouted. The wheel of fortune had turned, and now it was just the 2 of them again. It didn't feel bad at all. Lin Yi nodded. To be honest, he was worried about leaving Ning Shuefei alone. He could only stay and observe for a while to make sure there were no problems here. Only then could he leave with peace of mind. Lin Yi, you're the best. Ning Shuefei giggled. Her eyes turned into crescents as she intimately hugged Lin Yi's arm. A few months ago, she never thought that she would really be together with Lin Yi. But now, the 2 of them had already decided on a status. It was really hard to predict, but she liked it. A soft and bouncy feeling came from his arm. Smelling the girl's pure body fragrance, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little restless. Although this lass always gave people the feeling that she was a child who couldn't grow up, not to mention that her capital wasn't small, she was also a little demon who could tempt people to death. The 2 of them were flirting. Lin Yi suddenly caught a glimpse of a person poking his head out of the door. After hesitating for a moment, he walked towards the 2 of them. Holding a delicate little box in her hand, she asked, "Is this Miss Ning Shuefei?" "It's me. What can I do for you?" Ning Shuefei and Lin Yi looked at each other. "The old shopkeeper of the Eastern Chamber of Commerce asked me to give you a present. He said that it's a late birthday present, so please accept it." Xian Rui calmly handed the box over to Ning Shuefei. Eastern Commerce. Ning Shuefei could not help but feel a little surprised. She had heard from her mother that this was an extremely powerful super chamber of commerce, but its activities had always been limited to the Eastern Continent. Therefore, it wasn't very well known on the other Heaven Stage Islands, but it was a colossus in the Eastern Continent. Ning Shuefei had never heard that West Island had a relationship with this Eastern Chamber of Commerce. But since it had sent a gift to her, it was not good to refuse it directly. Maybe it wanted to build a good relationship and was ready to expand. Having such a super chamber of commerce was good for West Island, so she had to accept the gift. In that case, please thank the old shopkeeper for me. I will visit him in person when I have the chance. Ning Shuefei nodded slightly. In front of outsiders, she still behaved appropriately. After all, it was related to the image of the whole West Island, so she could not be careless. Okay, then I'll leave now. Qian Rui smiled slightly. He immediately turned around and left the newcomer yard. When he passed the gate, he couldn't help but raise a proud smile, because he had seen a white shadow quickly approaching from the corner of his eye. Everything was going according to plan. After watching Qian Rui go out, Ning Shuefei opened the box with great interest. Looking at the milky white elixir in it, she suddenly jumped with excitement. As an alchemist, Lin Yi couldn't tell what elixir it was, but she recognized it at a glance. Beauty elixir. This is the legendary beauty elixir. 7th grade beauty elixir. Lin Yi looked at it and was slightly surprised. This was really a big deal. In the market, it was a priceless thing. No matter how many spiritual jades you had, you might not be able to buy it. At this moment, a white figure jumped over the wall and came behind them in an instant. He instantly appeared behind the two of them and stretched out his hand to grab Ning Xuefei. His target was the beauty pill in her hand. Ning Xuefei was shocked. She was immersed in the excitement of getting the beauty elixir at the moment, and she didn't expect that someone would suddenly attack her from behind. This was Shangyun College. Who was so bold to make trouble in such a place? Of course, with Ning Xuefei's strength, even if she was prepared, she couldn't react at all. Fortunately, Lin Yi was beside her. At the moment when this person jumped over the wall, Lin Yi had already noticed it. Go away. Facing the white figure who suddenly appeared, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to use 1,000 legs of frenzy. Before the white figure could touch a hair of Ning Xuefei, Lin Yi directly kicked her back. The white-clothed figure grunted. Logically speaking, if the ambush didn't work, the person should escape as quickly as possible. After all, causing trouble in a place like this wouldn't end well. However, this person uncharacteristically stopped. Lin Yi's 1,000 fiery kicks only forced her back, and didn't injure her. Who are you? Lin Yi looked at the person coldly. To his surprise, judging from the figure and temperament, this person was actually a woman. However, her face was tightly covered with a white cloth, and only a pair of eyes could be seen. Lin Yi couldn't see what she looked like exactly. Hand over the beauty elixir. Young Qinshua didn't even look at Lin Yi. She just stared at the box in Ning Xuefei's hand, which contained the beauty elixir that she dreamed of. Who are you? Why? Hearing this, Ning Xuefei was immediately unhappy. Although with her appearance and temperament, she didn't need this kind of thing at all, this thing was like super cosmetics. No woman would easily take it out and give it to someone, let alone a stranger who came with bad intentions. After all, no one would refuse to make themselves more beautiful. Leave now, or don't blame me for being too harsh. Lin Yi's face also became cold. If it was under normal circumstances, he wouldn't mind asking the whole story. But now, Ning Xuefei had just entered Soaring Cloud Academy, and on the second day, someone came to make trouble unscrupulously. If he didn't be harsh, he didn't know how many troubles would be waiting for Ning Xuefei after he left. Chapter 4794. The surrounding flowers and trees were even covered with a thick layer of white frost, which was a terrible sign of an approaching blizzard. This woman's strength was not simple. Lin Yi's eyelids twitched slightly. The effect of this world of ice and snow was not only freezing the surrounding environment, but the most terrible thing was that even the blood flowing in his body showed a faint sign of freezing. Although it was not completely frozen, the speed of true qi circulation was still inevitably affected, and he could only exert 80% of his strength at most. Even Lin Yi was like this. If it was someone else, it would only be worse. Maybe they wouldn't even be able to exert half of their strength. In front of this woman, masters of the same level were completely beaten up by her. Xiangyun Academy was really full of geniuses. In an instant, young Qinshua had turned into a snow shadow and appeared next to Ning Xuefei again. Just like before, neither Lin Yi nor Ning Xuefei was her target. From the beginning to the end, she just wanted to grab the beauty pill, and she didn't care about anything else. Get out! Lin Yi glanced at this woman coldly. Even if the opponent's strength was not to be underestimated, she was only at the peak of Yuanying stage after all. For him, who could instantly kill a master of the profound ascending stage, no matter how strong a peak of Yuanying stage was, it would not pose any threat to him. Lin Yi raised his hand and unleashed a fiery fist before he even finished his sentence. A fiery shadow appeared out of nowhere, forcing the opponent back once more. Even the ice and snow around him melted at the same time. It didn't matter when or where, the fact that fire could subdue ice would never change. Young Qinchue's expression changed, and she finally looked at Lin Yi seriously. Previously, she found that this guy was only at the middle stage of Yuaning stage, so she didn't take him seriously, but she didn't expect that this person's strength was so strong that he could easily break her ice and snow domain. I only want the beauty pill, I don't want to hurt anyone, don't force me. Because of the serious injury, young Qinchue's voice was obviously a little hoarse and weak. Only then did Lin Yi notice the abnormality of the opponent's state. Logically speaking, if a master at the peak of Yuaning stage was seriously injured, he shouldn't have such strong strength, unless the opponent was a freak like him, but it didn't seem like it. There was only one possibility. Before the injury, the opponent's strength was far above the peak of the nascent soul realm. In other words, he was at least a mysterious ascending stage master. This discovery made Lin Yi secretly speechless. Even if the other party was a profound ascending stage master, he wouldn't be so unreasonable as to rush over to snatch the beauty pill, right? Turning his head to look at Ning Xuefei, who was hugging the beauty pill tightly in her arms like a mother hen protecting her chicks, Lin Yi was instantly speechless. In the face of the temptation of the beauty pill, women really couldn't be measured with common sense. You're here to snatch something, and you're telling me not to force you. Hee, is there something wrong with your brain? Lin Yi couldn't help but smile. No matter who Ning Xuefei was, no matter what difficulties she had, there was no room for negotiation. If Ning Xuefei didn't like this kind of thing, she wouldn't be able to gain a foothold in Soaring Cloud Academy in the future. Then don't blame me. Anger flashed in Yang Qinchue's eyes, and the surrounding temperature dropped again, much more fiercely than before. Just now, the flowers and trees were only covered with frost, but now, icicles were directly hanging down. If there was no Zhen Qi to protect the body, ordinary people couldn't hold on here for even a minute. At the same time, young Qinchue made another move. Her figure disappeared into the world of ice and snow, and her whole body seemed to evaporate into thin air. Not only could she not be found by the naked eye, but even the divine sense couldn't detect her for a while. Lin Yi couldn't help but show a trace of a dignified expression. He didn't expect this woman to have such a clever method. She could even hide from his divine sense. She was really not simple. However, Lin Yi still found some clues. This world of ice and snow actually couldn't really isolate the divine sense like the sea fog or the miasma. As long as he was willing, his divine sense could still be used here without any hindrance, but there was no way to detect the other party. This was actually a smokescreen, but ordinary smokescreen could only deceive the vision, but this smokescreen before him was very clever, and it could even deceive the divine sense. To put it bluntly, this was an extremely clever psychological suggestion. It would only make you pay attention to the things that it wanted you to pay attention to, but make you subconsciously ignore the things that it really wanted to hide. After figuring this out, Lin Yi's heart instantly calmed down. Although he still couldn't lock onto the woman's position for a while, as long as he eliminated the places that his divine sense had swept past, the remaining places would definitely have places where the other party was hiding. Moreover, there was one more thing that could be used. Since the other party's target was the beauty pill in Ning Xuefei's hands, then she would definitely wait for an opportunity to snatch it. Combining this with his deduction, it wouldn't be difficult to deduce the other party's hiding place. Frenzy 8 Trigram Palm. Without any warning, Lin Yi suddenly attacked the right rear. Ning Xuefei looked back in confusion, and her eyes immediately widened. After being swept by Lin Yi's palm, a wretched figure suddenly appeared in the originally empty place. Young Qinchue was sent flying, and then she spat out a large mouthful of blood. Injuries on top of injuries, her face became even paler, and her gaze towards Lin Yi was filled with shock and disbelief. "Ah!" Ning Xuefei suddenly cried out, and even Lin Yi's expression changed. The two of them looked at Yang Qinxue at this moment, speechless. The white cloth on the other party's face had been scraped off by the true qi just now, and shockingly revealed a hideous face riddled with holes. Lin Yi couldn't help but frown. No wonder the other party would disregard everything to come and snatch the beauty pill. From the looks of it, her face should have been deliberately destroyed by someone. First, it was permeated by poison, and then it was roasted by raging fire. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been reduced to this hideous appearance. Ah, ah, ah. Only now did Yang Qinxue realize that her face wasn't covered at all. Her entire person instantly screamed madly as if she had been stimulated, and she fell to the ground in a panic as she retreated repeatedly. She was even more terrified than Ning Xuefei, who had been frightened by her. She had become a completely crazy woman, and there was not the slightest trace of the aura of an expert from before. Ning Xuefei was so frightened that she hid behind Lin Yi. Looking at the woman's eyes in front of her, she couldn't bear to look at this woman in front of her. After thinking for a moment, she took out the beauty pill, and handed it to Lin Yi, saying, "Why don't you give it to her? After all, she was a kind-hearted girl." She naturally wouldn't allow the other party to directly snatch it, but now that she saw the other party in such a pitiful and disheveled state, Ning Xuefei really couldn't bear to do it. Besides, this beauty pill wasn't of much use to her. At most, it would just be the icing on the cake, but to this person, it was a life-saving straw. Chapter 4795. Lin Yi, on the other hand, didn't toss the pill at himself. He might be pitiful, but he wasn't so unprincipled that he'd go along with the guy's every whim. There was only one thing he adhered to, and that was that no matter what they did, they had to pay the price. Since they dared to steal something in broad daylight, they had to be prepared for it. "Who are you?" Lin Yi asked again. Before figuring out the whole story, he wouldn't throw the beauty pill over even if he felt pity. Yang Qinxue turned a deaf ear to this, still crying in panic. She seemed to have lost her soul, and it seemed that she couldn't communicate at all. Lin Yi sighed, motioned Ning Xuefei to step aside, and immediately went forward to stabilize this woman. With his means, he couldn't guarantee anything else, but it shouldn't be difficult to temporarily stabilize the other's emotions. However, before Lin Yi got close, the jade pendant was alerted, and suddenly there was a furious scolding from above, "You're courting death." An incomparably majestic qi pressed down, and Lin Yi was shocked. Even he might not be able to withstand such strength. Fortunately, the warning of the jade pendant gave him time to react in advance, and he immediately used the super butterfly microstep to retreat, barely escaping. Looking up, standing in front of Lin Yi at this time was a slender young man with a cold temperament. Yang Qinxue, who had lost her soul, was already in his arms. Although she still let out a few panicked screams from time to time, it was obvious that she had calmed down a lot. It seemed that the two should be a couple. "You hurt Qinxue?" The young man looked at Lin Yi coldly. His eyes were like knives, making people feel a stabbing pain. "Yes," she inexplicably rushed in to steal the beauty pill. "I naturally had to fight back." Lin Yi looked at this person with a faint fear in his eyes. Just now, the qi that fell from the sky had already let him judge that the other party was a profound ascension early stage master, but definitely not an ordinary profound ascension early stage master. With Lin Yi's current strength, let alone a profound ascension early stage master, even a peak profound ascension early stage master could be easily killed, but facing this person, he didn't have the confidence to win. Lin Yi roughly estimated that this person's true strength was at least equivalent to profound ascension late stage, or even stronger. Beauty pill. The young man's expression changed slightly. He looked at the box in Lin Yi's hand, and then looked down at Yang Qinxue who was shivering in his arms. He suddenly said, "Give me the beauty pill, and today's matter will be written off." Lin Yi froze, speechless as he looked at the man and woman who were hugging each other. As expected, the woman was trying to take the beauty pill away from him. It was understandable, considering what she'd been through, but the man was acting like this. Was there no normal person in Soaring Cloud Academy? Lin Yi froze, speechless as he looked at the man and woman who were hugging each other. Sir, you don't seem to understand the situation. That's right, I did injure her, but she was the one who tried to snatch the item first. At most, we can call it even. Why should I give you the beauty pill? Lin Yi was also a person with a temper. If the other party spoke politely, with his ability, he would be able to restore this woman's appearance even without the beauty pill. However, if she used force, then there was nothing much to say. I'll say it again. Give me the beauty pill, and today's matter will be written off. The young man continued to speak indifferently. It seemed that he was not going to reason at all. Of course, if he really wanted to reason, the reason was indeed not on his side. So there is no room for negotiation. Lin Yi's expression suddenly turned cold. The box containing the beauty pill in his hand disappeared in an instant under the young man's nose. He said lightly, "Please go back. By the way, pity is not a bargaining chip to threaten others. She is pitiful to be disfigured like this, but what's the big deal? Who are you saying is pitiful?" The young man's cold temperament suddenly became a little more angry. Haven't you heard it, Ling Rufin? In this guy's eyes, you two are two pitiful worms, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Ren Zhongyuan's laughter came from the gate of the courtyard, and then he walked in carelessly, followed by Yi Xiaotian and the others. Seeing these people appear, Lin Yi couldn't help but feel a little strange. Thinking back, he felt that today's matter was a little strange. Could it be that these guys were behind it? Is it you guys who are behind it? Ling Rufin's gaze suddenly turned to Ren Zhongyuan and the others with an unfriendly expression. Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian were shocked at the same time. They appeared just to add fuel to the fire and enjoy Lin Yi's deflated expression. It couldn't be that the case was solved so quickly, right? Behind it? What the hell? We just heard someone screaming and rushed over to watch the show. Ling, don't casually slander good people. I advise you to focus on dealing with this brat who hit your woman. He's very strong. Ren Zhongyuan calmly tried to clear his name. Sure enough, after hearing this, Ling Rufin's gaze fell on Lin Yi again. Just now, this sentence was just a casual test. Whether there was someone behind it or not, it was a fact that this guy had hit Yang Qinxue. He saw it with his own eyes. Just based on this guy already deserved to die. Ling Rufin, I heard that you have been looking for beauty elixir and thunder xian pill all over the world recently. It seems that you have found the right person. This guy has both things. I have already reminded you to this point, so you can do as you see fit. Yi Xiaotian instigated at the right time. You have thunder xian pill. Ling Rufin's eyes shrank. Even in the resource-rich East Continent College, things like thunder xian pill were not easy to get. Because of its practicality, it was the rarest of all the 7th grade elixirs. A thunder xian pill casually released on the market would face at least hundreds of times more competitors than the beauty elixir. I'm not sure if he has refined the thunder xian pill, but this guy got a whole thunder xian vine during the trial in West Island, so he became the son-in-law of West Island. If you can get the thunder xian vine from him, give me half, and I can ask my father to refine it into a thunder xian pill for you. Ren Zhongyuan said with a smile. He could punish Lin Yi and get the thunder xian vine at the same time, which was a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Being instigated by these two people, Ling Rufin, who had the intention to attack Lin Yi, suddenly became more determined. He was not a good person. For Yang Qinxue, he could be the enemy of the whole world, let alone the son-in-law of West Island, who he did not know at all. However, Ling Rufin did not attack immediately, but said to Lin Yi, I want the beauty elixir and the thunder xian vine, name your price. Chapter 4796. I'm sorry, I won't sell either of these things. Lin Yi said lightly. The other party didn't look like he was here to talk business, but to force him to buy or sell. With his temper, it would be impossible for him to agree. Renzhong Yuan and the others let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing that Lin Yi had a stubborn temper, or they would have lost a beauty pill for nothing. You won't sell it. Lang Rufin's face changed. He looked down at Yang Qinshue in his arms with pity, and said with a fierce look, since you won't sell it, I will beat you until you sell it. Physical fight or civil fight, you choose one. It seemed that he couldn't avoid this battle today. Lin Yi thought of something and said calmly, what about physical fight? What about civil fight? Physical fight is a private fight, and it's up to fate by hook or by crook. I will take the beauty elixir and thunder xian ratan after I kill you. As for civil fight, it's a public challenge, and everything will be according to the rules of the challenge. If you lose, you must hand over these two things. Lang Rufin looked at Lin Yi and said slowly. Then let's fight. Lin Yi said lightly. He wasn't afraid of any physical fight, but it might involve Ning Shuefei. Even if the possibility was not very high, it was still a hidden danger, and he didn't want Ning Shuefei to be in any danger. Okay, then let's do it. Lang Rufin held Yang Qinshue in his arms and turned to leave. Lin Yi's choice saved him a lot of trouble. After all, he was the son-in-law of West Island, and if a private fight killed someone, the higher-ups of the college would definitely not let it go. But since it was a public challenge, there was nothing to say. Even if the Lord of West Island came in person, he had nothing to say. Wait. Lin Yi suddenly stopped. Just when everyone thought he was going to regret. He squinted at Lang Rufin and said, you haven't said what you will do if you lose. If I lose, I can't hand over the beauty elixir and thunder xian ratan, and if you lose, nothing will happen, right? Don't be so shameless. I won't lose. Lang Rufin didn't even look at Lin Yi. He paused for a moment. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't follow him, he turned around and said, what do you want? My fiancé just so happens to lack a bodyguard. Lin Yi thought for a bit. He had already seen the tip of the iceberg of Lang Rufin's strength. He was indeed a very troublesome enemy, and a man who was infatuated with love was not a bad person. If Ning Shuefei had such a bodyguard by her side, then he could do his own things without worry. Lang Rufin did not object. After a cold snort, Lin Yi immediately took the lead and walked to the arena. This arena was specially designed for the disciples of different academies to fight with each other. Although Lin Yi wasn't a disciple of Soaring Cloud Academy, he had a special identity. Moreover, his opponent was Lang Rufin, so there was no problem with using the arena. Renzhong Yuan, Xiaotian, and the others looked at each other and smiled. Although the two of them unexpectedly chose to fight in public, as long as they fought, their goal had been achieved. After all, even if it was a fight, they could still kill each other. When they arrived at their destination, the originally lively arena suddenly quieted down, and even the people who had arranged to fight in the arena stopped spontaneously. They all looked at Lang Rufin in awe. This was the undefeated legend of the arena, and the longest winning record in the arena was created by him. Lang Rufin had fought his way up step by step from being unknown to being famous all over the world. He was in this place. He was the invincible god. The two of them walked to the largest arena in the middle one after another, and the news that Lang Rufin had arranged to fight with someone spread like wildfire. Soon, a large number of spectators gathered in the arena, and all of them were inquiring about the background of Lin Yi. When they heard that this person was the son-in-law of West Island, the atmosphere suddenly became more and more enthusiastic. The cold-faced machete god against the son-in-law of West Island, which was a natural and huge gimmick. That was to say, this place did not charge tickets, otherwise it would at least be a very considerable astronomical income. Lin Yi, you have to be careful. Ning Xuefei leaned under the arena and shouted. She didn't know how strong Ling Rufin was. She only knew that Lin Yi was very strong. In terms of confidence, she was more than Lin Yi himself. Lin Yi smiled and gave her a reassuring look, but when he turned his head to face Ling Rufin, his expression suddenly became serious and dignified. He obviously didn't do anything, but he made him feel a lot of pressure. This guy was really extraordinary. While the two of them were confronting each other, people on the sidelines had spontaneously lit a stick of incense for them. The winner would be decided within the time it took to burn a stick of incense. This was the conventional rule. Then let's start. Ling Rufin said as he walked towards Lin Yi. He didn't release any aura, nor did he use any martial skills. There wasn't even the slightest fluctuation of pure energy. He just walked towards Lin Yi like that. Was he underestimating the enemy? Lin Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing that the opponent was already within 3 steps, he did not dare to hesitate. He raised his hand and used a Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm. Although this was not his strongest martial arts skill now, it was the most convenient martial arts skill to use, and it was enough to pose a threat to the masters of the profound ascending stage. In the face of the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm, Ling Rufin's body still did not have any fluctuations of genuine qi. He just raised his hand into the shape of a palm blade. With a light wave, the Raging Fire 8 trigrams palm was suddenly smashed out of thin air. Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat as he watched, and the crowd was boiling. Ren Zhongyuan patted Yi Xiaogan's shoulder excitedly and said, "The one surnamed Lang is still powerful. This kid can't be his opponent at all. Let's see whether he will be beaten to death or beaten half to death today, hee." Whether Lin Yi died or not, Ren Zhongyuan could vent the anger in his heart. Evil people needed to be tortured by evil people. Whether it was Ling Rufin or Lin Yi, they were both thorns in his eyes. A beauty pill could make the two dogs bite each other, and he could also take the opportunity to get the Thunder Xian vine. This business was absolutely profitable. You only have this little strength. Then hurry up and admit defeat, otherwise I'm afraid I can't stop, and you will die. Ling Rufin looked at Lin Yi and frowned. Although it was for young Qinxue, if he could solve the problem without killing, it would be the best situation. He was not a fool who only knew how to fight and kill. In fact, when he saw young Qinxue injured before, he still had some expectations for the strength of Lin Yi. Even if young Qinxue's strength was now reduced to the peak of the nascent soul realm, she was still an invincible existence in the nascent soul realm. This kid could hurt her with the cultivation of the middle stage of the nascent soul realm, so it should not be easy. But now it seemed that Ling Rufin felt that he was still thinking too much. Young Qinxue was now mentally injured and unstable. It was not surprising that she was hurt by anyone. It was just this kid's good luck. Chapter 4797. Really? Ling Rufin still didn't intend to attack. He just walked towards Lin Yi step by step. He didn't have a monstrous aura, but he gave people an incomparably terrifying pressure. Every step he took made people's hearts suddenly heavy, and in the end, they couldn't even breathe. If it was someone else, they would have already surrendered, but his opponent was Lin Yi. Who was Lin Yi? Even the giant evil cultivators at the opening mountain stage couldn't do anything to him. No matter how powerful Ling Rufin was, he was just a profound ascending stage master. How could Lin Yi retreat because of this pressure? Since the opponent didn't take the initiative to attack, Lin Yi wouldn't be polite to him. The Jin Qi in his body quickly circulated, and with a thought, he directly used the Raging Flame Thousand Burst Fist. The huge arena was suddenly covered by the monstrous flame, and there were constantly loud explosions. Even the disciples of Soaring Cloud Academy who were watching the battle couldn't help but look at each other. As expected of a person who could become the prince consort of the West Island, he really wasn't simple. With the power of the raging flame thousand burst fist, an ordinary profound ascending stage master wouldn't be able to withstand it, but Lin Yi didn't think that it could cause any decent threat to Lang Rufin. His opponent was a monster who was comparable to a profound ascending stage master. If a raging flame thousand burst fist could be effective, then it would be too whimsical. With the perfect cover of the raging flame thousand burst fist, Lin Yi didn't hesitate to use the super butterfly micro steps. His body was like a ghost drifting in the sea of fire. In this way, even if the opponent used his divine sense, he wouldn't be able to easily lock his position. After all, the raging flame thousand burst fist also had quite a hindrance to the use of divine sense. Sure enough, Lang Rufin stood motionless in the center of the explosion. Although the raging flame thousand burst fist couldn't hurt him at all, it still played a perfect cover effect, allowing Lin Yi to sneak behind him without anyone noticing. Amidst the heaven-shaking explosions, there was a deep dragon roar mixed in. An extremely powerful 5-element killing aura, with a hint of the 5-poison flood dragon's shadow, pounced towards Lang Rufin's defenseless back. Done. Lin Yi's spirit was lifted. With the power of his 5 elements murderous chi, any profound ascending stage master would not be able to escape unscathed. This was a killing move that originated from the Sea Fisher stage. Even if Lin Yi could only learn 30% of it, it was not something a master of this level could withstand. However, in the next moment, Lin Yi's heart skipped a beat. The rumbling raging flame thousand explosion stopped abruptly, and the flames that shot up into the sky disappeared as well. The entire arena turned into a world of ice and snow, freezing the blood of the spectators and making it hard for their chi to flow. The effect. Lin Yi. Murderous Lin E. Lin. Bai, Ken and Bai, and comma Lin, comma Yang to say. Lin to bye, comma bye. I Lin, comma Lin, T. But what shocked Lin E the most was not this, but that in his opponent's hand, he was actually holding his 5 elements murderous chi. This guy could actually grab the 5 elements murderous chi with his bare hands. Not bad, but useless. Lang Rufin said coldly, and then an almost transparent ice blade suddenly appeared in his other hand. With a silent slash, the 5 elements murderous chi in his hand was directly cut in half, and then disappeared into thin air. Silence, the audience was silent. Lin Yi had seen a lot of strong enemies, but it was the first time he had seen an opponent like Lang Rufin. Even when he was facing the West Mountain Old Master, he was not as shocked as he was now. When facing the West Mountain Old Master, he knew that there was a great disparity in strength, so he felt that it was reasonable for the other party to use any kind of heaven-defying means, but this Lang Rufin was different. Lin Yi thought that he should have the power to fight, but after seeing this shocking scene, he suddenly knew that he was thinking too much. In the end, his own strength was too low. With a mere yuanying middle stage, facing a master comparable to the mysterious Ascension late stage, no matter how he looked at it, it was too difficult. If he could win like this, it would be abnormal. But even so, it was impossible for Lin Yi to admit defeat so easily. On the contrary, he was really excited at this time. Some people are weak when they meet strong people, and some people are stronger when they meet strong people. Lin Yi is obviously the latter. Seeing the increasingly turbulent fighting spirit in Lin Yi's eyes, Lang Rufin's expressionless face changed slightly. He slowly raised the ice blade in his hand and pointed it at Lin Yi and said, "Admit defeat, or die." Lin Yi's pupils suddenly shrank. The oppression this guy gave before was already terrifying enough. Now that there was an ice blade, this unparalleled pressure increased more than 10 times. It felt like a mountain was pressing on top of his head. Not to mention resisting, it was rare to be able to stabilize his body at this time. Blade momentum. A thought suddenly flashed in Lin Yi's mind. This was the legendary realm that all swordsmen dreamed of. It was different from the aura created by strong qi and strength. Instead, it was purely based on the dedication and understanding of the blade, and forcibly achieved a blade momentum that could fight against heaven and earth. A swordsman paid attention to the unity of man and sword, while a swordsman paid attention to forming a world of their own. Once the blade momentum was formed, no one could resist it. Lin Yi's heart was shocked. He never thought that his opponent would be a monster who had cultivated the blade momentum. No wonder he could split the 5 elements of killing intent with one strike. How could he still fight? Seeing that Lin Yi was unwilling to admit defeat, Ling Rufin did not have the patience to continue to wait. Without saying anything, he slashed with his blade. The ice blade that was originally only a few feet long, when it reached Lin Yi's head, it had grown into a giant blade that was several feet long. Ning Xuefei, who was in the audience, suddenly turned pale with fright. If this continued, Lin Yi's whole body would be cut in half. Fortunately, this extremely dangerous scene did not last for too long. When Ning Xuefei looked at the stage again through the gap between her fingers, Lin Yi had already flashed 10 feet away. It seemed that he should be safe. A little interesting. Ling Rufin suddenly looked up at Lin Yi. No one knew the power of the world of ice and snow better than him. This kind of environment could be said to limit the function of the body to an abnormal level. Coupled with the destructive power of the blade, not to mention a trivial nascent soul stage master, even a profound ascending stage master of the same level would not be able to move. However, unexpectedly, the speed that Lin Yi showed just now was still very impressive. It seemed that there was not much difference from before. This was really incredible. Chapter 4798. Lin Yi could only keep a distance from his opponent. His mind was quickly thinking of countermeasures. This opponent who had mastered the blade force was really not easy to deal with. Even his strongest 5 elements killing aura could not do anything to him, let alone his other moves. Even if he found another good opportunity like the one just now, it would be difficult to pose a real threat. At this time, Ling Rufin was closing in step by step. The ice blade in his hand had unknowingly become even more spectacular and terrifying. It had now reached a length of 10 feet and could easily sweep through half the arena. Even if Lin Yi was fast, it would still be difficult for him to dodge. Seeing that the other party was about to slash at him again, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Just now, he had managed to escape by catching him off guard. If he were to attack again, he might not be able to escape unscathed. At this critical moment, Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. Got it. Without waiting for Ling Rufin to chop down with his saber again, a blue electric arc suddenly appeared in Lin Yi's hand. This scene startled Ling Rufin. His saber technique was already complete, he was not afraid of anything except this lightning martial technique. Because whether it was the surrounding world of ice and snow or the ice blade in his hand, they were all good carriers for the lightning. He could cut through the 5 elements of murderous aura with one slash, but he couldn't cut through the lightning with one slash. That would only cause the lightning to reach him faster. This kid's tricks were endless. For the first time, Ling Rufin started to take Lin Yi seriously. If Lin Yi had used a lightning martial technique from the start, then even if Lin Yi could not contend against him head-on, he would at least be able to put up a fight and not end up in such a sorry state. Looking at the electric arcs jumping in Lin Yi's palm, Ling Rufin's first reaction was to withdraw his blade. The huge ice blade in his hand could greatly suppress Lin Yi, but it was also a natural target. Lin Yi didn't even need to attack him. As long as the electric arcs landed on the huge ice blade, he would definitely be hit. That was what Lin Yi was thinking. A blue light flashed across the air, and the electric arc jumped onto the ice blade. At the same time, however, Ling Rufin's reaction shocked Lin Yi. He didn't throw the ice blade away, but swung it at Lin Yi without a care in the world, as if he was putting his life on the line. What a ruthless man. Lin Yi's expression changed, and he hurriedly used his extreme butterfly's subtle steps to avoid it. However, this ice blade was too big, especially with the restriction of the edge of the arena. With Lin Yi's current speed, it was impossible for him to avoid it completely. Even if he could barely avoid the main body of the ice blade, he couldn't avoid the terrible saber momentum that followed. Boom! Lin Yi was instantly crushed to the ground by the saber force, creating a human-shaped pit. He then spat out a large mouthful of blood, suffering serious internal injuries. At the same time, Lang Rufin was also hit. The power of thunder and lightning flowed through the giant ice blade and instantly invaded his body. His whole body suddenly felt numb, and his ice-cold expression, which had never changed for tens of thousands of years, became much more interesting. However, after a while, when the power of thunder and lightning on his body dissipated, Lang Rufin did not fall down. Except that his body was still a little numb, he was basically uninjured. Looking at Lin Yi, who was crushed to the ground by his saber momentum, he said coldly, "It's a pity that the only move you can use to deal with me is so weak." He was not as weak as Kong Ming Ming, nor was he trapped in an iron shell like Kong Ming Ming. In the past, Lin Yi could electrocute Kong Ming Ming half to death with all his strength, but now when he used it on Lang Rufin, it could only be regarded as a tickle at most. Hearing Lang Rufin's words, Lin Yi, who was pressed to the ground by the saber momentum and spat out blood, could not help but smile bitterly. Since he mastered the power of thunder and lightning in the trial of West Island, he had never had a chance to practice it well. During this period of time, he had made no progress. Otherwise, he would not have fallen into such an embarrassing situation. If he had known this earlier, he should not have been busy controlling the ancient battleship during the month at sea. If he had focused on practicing the power of thunder and lightning, it might have worked wonders. However, it was too late to think more. Lang Rufin walked to Lin Yi again, and the cold tip of the saber was right on Lin Yi's forehead. He gave an ultimatum: admit defeat, or die. Lin Yi grinned, but before he could speak, someone in the audience suddenly exclaimed, "The incense stick has been extinguished." The crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. The time it took for an incense stick to burn was up, and according to the rules, the battle should end here. Of course, this was not an official competition, and it was up to the two people in the stands to decide whether to follow the rules or not. As long as Lang Rufin was willing, no one would say anything if he continued to slash like this. However, Lang Rufin did not mean to kill him. The surrounding ice and snow quietly disappeared, and the ice saber against Lin Yi's forehead also disappeared. He said expressionlessly, "You have lost. Hand over the beauty elixir and the thunder Xian Ratan." Lin Yi smiled and struggled to get up from the ground. Without saying a word, he turned around and walked off the stage. Lang Rufin frowned and was about to stop him. However, Lin Yi suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at him seriously. "Which eye of yours saw me lose? Did you kill me, or did I admit defeat?" "You." Lang Rufin was speechless for a moment. Even a blind man present could tell who won and who lost, but he had to admit that Lin Yi's words made sense. Since he did not die and did not admit defeat, then who said that Lin Yi must have lost? But no matter how he looked at it, Lin Yi was acting shamelessly. Lang Rufin was not a man of principle. If the other party wanted to act shamelessly, he did not mind fighting privately. Acting shamelessly in front of absolute strength was courting death. However, what Lin Yi said next made him dispel this idea. "Let's continue tomorrow." Lin Yi waved his hand with difficulty. Then he carried Ning Xuefei and limped away under everyone's gaze. Lang Rufin stood on the stage and looked deeply at Lin Yi without saying a word. Then he jumped off the stage and left with Yang Qinxue, who had put on her veil again. What the hell is Ling doing? This guy is inexplicably soft-hearted. Just now, he directly killed Lin Yi with a saber. Why did he have to go through so much trouble? Ren Zhongyuan saw this scene and was so angry that he stomped his feet and cursed. He paid the price of a beauty elixir not to see these two people appreciate each other and stop when the time was right. He was looking forward to a fight to the death. He did not expect this result. Chapter 4799. That's right. It's best if both sides are injured and die together, and then we can get back all the beauty pills and the thunder mysterious rattan. That will be a big profit. Ren Zhongyuan sneered. I don't think so. With Lin Yi's strength, he can't pose any threat to Lang Rufin at all. Today, he was beaten in his best state. What's more, he will be injured tomorrow. I think even if he doesn't die, he will lose half of his life. Yi Xiaotian analyzed. Die. Just die quickly. Ren Zhongyuan cursed with a vicious face. How are you? Do you want me to go to Master for help? After Ning Xuefei helped Lin Yi back to the room of the newcomer's courtyard, she looked at Lin Yi's pale face with a worried face. She regretted it now. If she had known this from the beginning, she would have given the beauty pills to that woman. In this way, there would not have been so many things later, and Lin Yi would not have been injured. No, this little injury is not a problem. Have you forgotten my self-healing ability? Lin Yi looked a little tired, but he still forced a smile and told Ning Xuefei to rest assured. Oh. Ning Xuefei nodded again and again. Since Lin Yi could even survive the fatal injury in the trial of West Island, this injury was really not a big deal. However, Lin Yi was simply holding on at this time. This injury was far less serious than the one in the trial of West Island, and there was no wound on the surface, but in fact, he had been seriously injured inside. Otherwise, he would not have spat out several mouthfuls of blood just now. After all, Lang Rufin's knife was not so easy to bear. You go out first. I have to close myself to heal. Tomorrow, I have to deal with that guy. Lin Yi smiled at Ning Xuefei with difficulty. Ning Xuefei wanted to persuade Lin Yi to give up on the challenge, but now was not the time to talk. She could only nod and say, all right then. You heal yourself first. If there's anything, call me. I'll be waiting outside. Ning Xuefei stayed outside for the whole night. She was lying on the table in a daze and didn't even realize that she was picked up. She only woke up when she was placed on the bed. She opened her eyes in a daze and said in surprise, Lin Yi, are your injuries healed? It's all done. Lin Yi smiled. Although he had been shaken by the saber yesterday, it was not a fatal injury. As long as he could recover, the other minor injuries could be easily healed. Great! Ning Xuefei was so excited that she jumped up from the bed and hugged Lin Yi like an octopus. The girl's soft and supple body made Lin Yi confused, especially when the girl's clothes were disheveled. At this moment, if he looked down, he would see things that he shouldn't see. This early in the morning was enough to make his blood boil. Cough. At this moment, a few awkward coughs came from the door. Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei were scared and quickly separated. They turned around and saw that Chen Xingma had walked in. At this moment, the elegant and intellectual vice dean had a shy blush on her face. She had gone out to do something yesterday and had only just returned to the academy. After hearing about the battle between Lin Yi and Lang Rufin, she rushed over. She didn't expect to see the two of them hugging each other like glue. It was as if she had bumped into a happy couple. Although she was experienced, she still couldn't help but blush. Master, you're back. Ning Xuefei quickly tidied up her clothes and ran over to greet her. Vice Dean Chen. Lin Yi also cupped his hands in greeting. Yes, I heard that you're going to fight Lang Rufin today. Are you confident? In order to cover up the awkwardness, Chen Xingma went straight to the point. A A bitter smile appeared on Lin Yi's face. At this time, there was no need to put on airs. He could only honestly say, to be honest, I really don't have much confidence. Chen Xingma had already guessed that this would be the case. No matter how strong Lin Yi was, it was impossible for him to be Leng Rufeng's opponent. Even if they were both super geniuses who could challenge above their level, their strength was on a completely different level. If Lin Yi could still defeat Leng Rufeng, then it was simply heaven-defying. Then, do you still want to go? Chen Xingma looked at Lin Yi and said, I don't need to say more about the principle of being flexible. Even if it's for Fei Fei, you have to endure this. Lin Yi, why don't you listen to Master? Ning Xuefei pleaded. Her poor strength didn't mean that she had poor judgment. What's more, in the situation yesterday, everyone could see the gap in strength between them. Besides, with yesterday's experience, Leng Rufeng would definitely not show mercy this time, and it was very likely that he would kill on the spot. Lin Yi looked at Chen Xingma and then at Ning Xuefei, who was nervous. He couldn't help but smile and said, for Fei Fei, I can't avoid this fight today. Otherwise, it will not only ruin my own reputation, but also the reputation of the whole West Island. But Ning Xuefei still wanted to persuade him. Although she was the princess of West Island, in fact, the reputation of West Island was far less important than Lin Yi in her eyes. As long as Lin Yi was fine, it didn't matter if his reputation was damaged. Don't worry. It's one thing to accept the challenge, but it's another thing to win. There's no rule that you have to win the fight, right? If the situation is not good, I will admit defeat. Leng Rufeng just wants the beauty elixir and the thunder Xian Ratan. If it's not necessary, he won't kill me. Lin Yi comforted her. Ning Xuefei and Chen Xingma looked at each other. It was true. As long as Lin Yi was willing to admit defeat, his life would be safe, and it wouldn't affect the reputation of West Island. It was natural for Yuan Ying and Xian Xing to lower their heads. Well, then you must be careful. Don't force yourself. As long as we're alive, there's hope. Even if we can't win this time, we will definitely beat him next time. Ning Xuefei held Lin Yi's arm and said. Well, I know. After Lin Yi nodded to Chen Xingma beside him, he immediately set out for the arena. He was not only fearless, but also a little impatient. It was rare for him to meet such a powerful opponent like Leng Rufeng. After experiencing yesterday's crushing defeat, his blood was once again boiling. Some people were born to fight, and a strong opponent could not make him afraid, but excited. When the three of them arrived at the arena, they were surprised by the scene in front of them. It was just the morning when the sun had just risen, but the arena was already crowded with people. Leng Rufeng had been waiting for a long time on the main arena. Obviously, the audience under the arena came to see him. The Grim Machete God had almost become the name card of Soaring Cloud Academy. Everyone here knew Leng Rufeng. Chapter 4800. When Lin Yi stood still on the ring, there were people in the audience who took the initiative to light incense for them. Everyone was looking forward to the second battle between the two. Of course, no one here was optimistic about Lin Yi. They simply wanted to see Leng Rufeng make his move. They wanted to see how powerful the cold-faced saber god was. That was all. Leng Rufeng is finally enlightened. It's rare to see killing intent on his body. It seems that he wants to kill Lin Yi. He should have done this long ago. Renzhong Yuan looked at the scene and smiled proudly. It's normal. Leng Rufeng is not a good-tempered person. Yesterday, he was fooled by Lin Yi. It would be strange if he didn't get serious. If he was fooled by Lin Yi like yesterday, where would he put his face? Yi Xiaotian had an expression as if he had expected it. Not bad, not bad. Hurry up and fight. I'm already impatient. Renzhong Yuan's face was filled with indescribable resentment. In the past 2 days, his father, Ren Tiansuo, had helped him resolve the murderous aura of the 5 elements in his body. Every time, he had to endure inhuman pain, which almost tortured him to the point of collapse. He hated Lin Yi to the bone and wished that this kid would be torn into pieces. At this moment, the 2 people on the ring had once again set up their stances. Lang Rufin used the world of ice and snow as soon as he came up, holding a giant ice blade in his hand. Lin Yi also entered the extreme state without saying a word. There was no other way. If he didn't do this, he wouldn't be able to play at all. It had to be said that even if it was greatly weakened by the world of ice and snow, the speed displayed by the extreme butterfly's subtle steps was still extraordinary. In particular, it was extremely agile in dodging and turning. Lin Yi actually avoided Lang Rufin's blade without any danger. Lang Rufin once again looked at Lin Yi in surprise. It seemed that this guy not only recovered from his injuries, but even his true chi had returned to its peak state. How did he do it? It should be known that even for him, although he did not expend much energy in the battle yesterday, it was impossible for him to completely replenish his energy in one night. There were still some losses. This was a problem that almost all practitioners had to face. It was refreshing to fight, but it was a long process to recover. Lang Rufin's recovery speed was already very fast. In yesterday's battle, he had lost about 30% of his true chi, and after one night, he had recovered about 20%. In other words, the amount of true chi in his body was only 90% of his peak. Of course, even if Lang Rufin only had 30% of his true chi left, he would still be able to defeat Lin Yi. This would not affect the result at all. However, when facing the lively Lin Yi, Lang Rufin subconsciously became a bit wary, but then he felt like he was making a big deal out of nothing. In yesterday's battle, he had clearly seen Lin Yi's strength. Although Lin Yi had many tricks up his sleeves, in the end, he could not overcome the huge gap in strength. Why would he be afraid of this guy? Lang Rufin could not help but laugh. After staying in the Xuanjie Sea for so long, he had really become paranoid. He thought that this place was as strong as that place. It was too ridiculous. Looking at Lang Rufin suddenly laughing for no reason, Lin Yi was slightly shocked. What the hell was this person doing? However, he would not think so much. Since the opponent was distracted, then this was a rare flaw and opportunity. Lin Yi did not hesitate to get close to Lang Rufin. There was already a huge gap in strength. If he continued to blindly defend, he would really have no chance at all. He had to seize the opportunity to attack with all his strength and replace defense with offense. A blue electric arc flashed out of thin air and directly attacked Lang Rufin along the giant ice blade. After a whole night of recovery and thinking, this was the best starting move that Lin Yi could think of. It did not seek to kill, but to paralyze. As long as this electric arc could have a momentary paralyzing effect, it could create an opportunity for the next strong attack. Only in this way could he have a chance to win. Sure enough, Lang Rufin directly fell into a state of paralysis like yesterday, and his movements obviously became a lot slower and stiffer. At the same time, Lin Yi flashed in front of him, and the most powerful 5 elements murderous aura suddenly attacked with a dragon roar. Lang Rufin's heart skipped a beat, and he was forced to stagger back 2 steps. This scene suddenly made the audience exclaim. It seemed that the West Island's Fuma was going to turn over a new leaf. But soon they knew that they thought too much. After Lang Rufin was forced back 2 steps, he forcibly got rid of the state of paralysis and suddenly attacked. The 5 elements murderous aura close at hand was directly cut into 2 pieces, and Lin Yi was blasted away by the aftermath of the knife momentum. All his efforts were in vain. As Lin Yi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, he couldn't help but think it was a pity. When he looked up, he found that the corner of Lang Rufin's mouth was also bloody, and he immediately understood what was going on. Lang Rufin's injury was not caused by his 5 elements murderous aura, but by biting his tongue in order to break the state of paralysis. Under the stimulation of the sharp pain, he naturally wouldn't feel numb anymore. Lang Ruffin was really a tough opponent to deal with in an instant. The arena fell into a brief confrontation again. Lang Ruffin was re-examining his opponent, while Lin Yi was thinking about the next step to deal with it. The thunder and lightning started with the most powerful 5 elements murderous aura. This was the simplest and most effective powerful combo he could think of. It was a pity that this kind of routine could be used unexpectedly once, but it would be ineffective if it was used for the second time. He had to think of another way. Without waiting for Lang Ruffin to make a move, Lin Yi suddenly used the extreme butterfly's subtle steps again. He still started with the power of thunder and lightning. This was a time-tested move. Even someone as strong as Lang Ruffin couldn't effectively deal with it in a short time. He could only rely on his powerful strength to withstand it, and at the same time, suppress the paralysis effect to the minimum. Unavoidable speed and domineering lethality. It was precisely because of these two advantages that all practitioners of the thunder attribute were terrified. It was also because of this that any practitioner of the thunder attribute was almost invincible among those of the same level. However, there were very few practitioners of the thunder attribute in this world. Most people might not even see one in their entire lives. Now, Lin Yi could only be regarded as a half-baked thunder element cultivator at most. He only had speed but no lethality. Otherwise, with his strength, he could really deal with Lang Ruffin. Feeling the familiar thunder and lightning paralysis again, Lang Ruffin frowned slightly. Although he had gradually begun to adapt to this feeling and the paralysis effect was getting weaker, he still couldn't help but be a little angry when Lin Yi did it again and again. Bang! 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 Chapter 4801. Attacking while restraining was the backup plan that Lin Yi came up with. Only by ensuring that he had enough speed could he avoid the opponent's ice blade. Although the 1,000 legs of frenzy did not cause much damage, as long as he persisted, it would accumulate. What Lin Yi was least afraid of was the consumption of true qi. Since there was no chance of winning in a head-on confrontation, then he would fight with attrition. As long as there was time, Lin Yi could replenish it. Although this strategy was a bit shameless, as long as he could win, who cared so much? The restraining strategy was played well, and Lang Ruffin seemed to be completely led by the nose. However, after a while, his voice suddenly sounded in the chaos. Is this all you have? Lin Yi was shocked when he heard this, and then the warning sound of the jade pendant rang crazily in his mind. He immediately withdrew with all his strength without hesitation. Not only did he use the extreme butterfly microstep, this time he even used the skill of the true cheat jet. In order to escape, he had to be as fast as possible. It might be the difference between life and death. The giant ice blade was almost close to the tip of Lin Yi's nose, and a terrible wound was instantly created on his face by the aftermath. At the same time, the majestic knife momentum once again blasted Lin Yi to the ground. The situation was the same as yesterday. The only difference was that this time, Lin Yi was more seriously injured, and he could not get up for a long time. Lang Ruffin walked to the front of Lin Yi and was about to force Lin Yi to admit defeat, but at this time he heard Ning Shuefei shouting, "The incense has been extinguished. The time is up." Ahem. Lin Yi climbed up from the ground with difficulty and staggered down the arena. He left a sentence that was very familiar to Lang Ruffin but made him speechless. "It seems that my luck is good. Let's continue tomorrow." Watching Lin Yi's awkward back disappear from his sight, Lang Ruffin was stunned on the arena and could not say a word. Below the arena, Ren Zhongyuan was so angry that he stomped his feet and scolded, "This trash." He couldn't even kill a mere Lin Yi, and even this kind of trash could go to the profound steppe sea region. No wonder he was beaten back. He was about to go mad with anger. Yesterday, Lin Yi had escaped from a calamity, but today, he actually did it again. Was there an end to this? But no matter how angry Rin Zhongyuan was, there was nothing he could do. Unless he dared to throw caution to the wind and hit Lin Yi in private, he could only wait for the result of the battle in the arena. As for assassinating West Island's Fuma inside the academy, Rin Zhongyuan really did not have the guts to do so. The only good news was that he'd managed to get away with it for the past 2 days, but the kid had sustained quite a bit of injuries as well. At the very least, they were on par in terms of suffering. Rin Zhongyuan could only comfort himself like that. The next day, when Lin Yi appeared on the arena again, Lang Rufin couldn't help but feel numb in his scalp again. This guy actually returned to his peak state again. Just like the previous 2 days, this time, Lin Yi was still beaten. Unfortunately, Lang Rufin still failed to kill Lin Yi within 30 minutes. Even if he had the intention to kill, it was useless. Lin Yi's speed seemed to be faster than that of the previous 2 days, and his strength in all aspects seemed to be stronger than before. On the other hand, after 2 consecutive days of consumption, Lang Rufin's state inevitably declined a little bit. On the second day, he was still 90%, but on the third day, he was not even 80%. What was more troublesome was that after Lin Yi was injured and left the arena, he was eager to have a try again and said the 4 words, "Continue tomorrow." No one thought that things would develop like this. If he hadn't met Lin Yi, Lang Rufin wouldn't believe that he would be used as a sparring partner by a master at the middle stage of Yuanying realm. Yes, Lin Yi regarded him as a rare and excellent sparring partner. To be more precise, he should treat him as a monster to increase his level, because Lin Yi had a strong hunch these 2 days that he was about to break through. From then on, every day, the arena was crowded with people. The fight between the Grim Machete God and the Fuma of West Island was almost a reserved program here. For a time, the name of Lin Yi's undying cockroach spread to everyone. Everyone here knew that there was an undying Fuma in West Island, which made the Grim Machete God feel helpless. For 7 consecutive days, Lin Yi was defeated again and again, but the more he fought, the braver he became. Almost every day, his strength was rapidly improving at a level that was visible to the naked eye. On the contrary, Lang Rufin was more and more struggling. A few days ago, he could crush Lin Yi unilaterally, but on the 7th day, when he knocked Lin Yi to the ground again, he himself began to be a little out of breath. Of course, the result was still that Lang Rufin had the upper hand, but he still couldn't kill Lin Yi. He could only speechlessly hear the 4 words again, "Continue tomorrow." He thought it was a trivial matter, but he didn't expect it to turn into a war of attrition that lasted for 7 days. The double physical and mental exhaustion made Lang Rufin feel that it was simply a nightmare. Of course, Lin Yi was not a strong enemy for him, but to some extent, Lin Yi did make him feel a little tricky. Especially on the 8th day, when he saw Lin Yi again in front of him, Lang Rufin was stunned on the spot. He felt that he should take back his previous evaluation. This guy was not only a little tricky, but also quite tricky. He was an out-and-out strong enemy. Because Lang Rufin suddenly found that Lin Yi, who was only at the middle stage of nascent soul yesterday, suddenly became at the peak of the middle stage of nascent soul today. This guy not only recovered his state, but also upgraded overnight. Even if he was a super genius with extraordinary talent, when he reached the nascent soul stage, any breakthrough was very difficult. Many people would even go into seclusion for decades just for a single breakthrough. However, this time, Lin Yi opened the eyes of Lang Rufin and the others. The day before, he was beaten like a dead dog. In the blink of an eye, the next day, he broke through and upgraded. All in all, it only took 1 night. It was simply unimaginable for ordinary people. Lang Rufin, who had always been cold, was gossiping for the first time today. "What medicine did you take?" "Medicine." Lin Yi shrugged his shoulders and curled his lips. "It's tiring enough to fight with you every day. Where do I have the time to take medicine? Even if I take it, I won't have time to digest it. I'm afraid I'll get indigestion." Lang Rufin was speechless. After fighting with Lin Yi for 7 days, his current state was less than 50%. This was the result of taking a recovery pill in the middle of the fight. Otherwise, his state would be even worse. Chapter 4802. For the first 7 days, Lang Rufin had been one-sidedly suppressing Lin Yi. But on the 8th day, facing Lin Yi, who was at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, he could no longer maintain this dominating and absolute dominance. Both sides actually fought back and forth. There were several times when Lin Yi almost succeeded, causing Lang Rufin to break out in a cold sweat. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, there was still no clear winner between the two sides. But what was different from before was that Lin Yi had been beaten to the ground for the past 7 days and barely managed to survive. But this time, he stood calmly until the end. Although he was wounded, judging from the previous process, it could barely be considered a draw. Monster. This kid was simply a monster. Looking at the back of Lin Yi's departing figure, Lang Rufin's heart was like a stormy sea. Lin Yi's progress these days was not as simple as just leveling up. The other people in the field were just bystanders. Only Lang Rufin, who was at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, was able to experience the most. Lang Rufin himself was a monster, but in his eyes, he was still miles away from Lin Yi. One must know that if he was at the peak of the mid-nascent soul stage, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single move from Lin Yi, let alone fight back and forth. Thinking of this, Lang Rufin's heart had a bad premonition. If this continued, would he really fail miserably? With the pride of the cold-faced saber god, it was simply unthinkable for him to have such concerns. But after so many days, anyone in his position would be anxious. According to this strange trend, it was not impossible for him to fail miserably, but rather, it was very likely. On the 9th day, the two fought for the 9th time in a row. With the rapid improvement of his strength, and at the same time, he became more and more accustomed to Lang Rufin's powerful saber momentum. Lin Yi was able to gradually control part of the rhythm of the battle. This was a very gratifying change, because only by controlling the rhythm would he have the chance to laugh at the end. However, on this day, Lin Yi was still beaten like a dog. Not only was it worse than the day before, but it was even worse than the first day. This was the closest he had to death. After a very difficult time, Lin Yi couldn't even get up and could only barely stabilize his body by leaning on Ning Shuafei's body. The reason was not that he underestimated his opponent, but because Lang Rufin suddenly recovered to his peak state, and his determination to kill him was far more determined than in the previous 7 days. Needless to say, this guy must have taken the elixir after seeing that the situation was not good, and it was the kind of elixir that could restore all the true qi overnight. In order to nip the hidden danger in the bud, Lang Rufin really spent a lot. Unfortunately, he still failed. If the same injury was placed on other people, they would have died 10 times, but Lin Yi stubbornly held on. This kid was really an undying cockroach, worthy of his reputation. Qinshue, don't worry, I will definitely get the beauty pill and the thunder xian pill. Lang Rufin assured Yang Qinshue, who was disappointed again and again. No matter how much Lin Yi improved, the gap between their strength was always there. As long as he was not consumed too badly, he always held the absolute initiative. However, Lang Rufin did not expect that this fight would go on for another 7 days. Lin Yi's strength was still growing rapidly, but he himself was once again consumed to the point where he could not go any further. And this time, he no longer had the 7th grade Qi recovery pill in his hands. After all, he was not like Renzhong Yuan, who had the 7th grade alchemist father as his backing. This kind of expensive consumable, even Lang Rufin could not afford it. Not to mention the mental exhaustion, just the little bit of true qi left in his body had already completely forced Lang Rufin into a dead end. 30% of true qi was more than enough to deal with Lin Yi 10 days ago, but now, this little bit was not enough at all. However, for Yang Qinshue, even if he was forced, Lang Rufin had to try. If he tried, there was still a chance; if he did not try, there would be nothing. However, when he saw Lin Yi walk into the arena for the 15th time, especially when he noticed the unstable momentum of Lin Yi, he was suddenly dumbfounded. He opened his mouth for a long time but could not say a word. He could only stare at Lin Yi in a daze. Not only him, but also the audience with a little bit of insight were shocked. Some of them came to support every day and were very familiar with Lin Yi, the Fuma of West Island. But it was precisely because of this that they were so shocked and dumbfounded. You broke through again. Lang Ruffin finally bit his tongue and said this sentence. How long had it been since the last breakthrough? It seemed to be only about 7 days. Why did this guy's momentum suddenly soar again? Had he already reached the late stage of Yuanying realm? Thanks to you. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Although he could not fully control his momentum because he had just broken through, he was still very happy. This Lang Ruffin was simply his lucky star. After fighting with him for half a month, he suddenly rose 2 levels, from the middle stage of Yuanying realm to the late stage of Yuanying realm. Although it was not as exaggerated as rising 2 levels in a row, in the eyes of everyone, it was no different from rising 2 levels in a row. Hearing this light answer, Lang Ruffin, who rarely scolded people, could not help but curse. It was not because he hated Lin Yi to the bone, but purely because he really did not know how to vent his emotions. Let's start. Lang Ruffin suppressed the shock in his heart. This time, he did not dare to let Lin Yi attack first. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly performed Ice and Snow World and attacked Lin Yi with a knife. Lin Yi did not give an inch. With a low dragon roar, he faced the strongest 5 elements' murderous intent. This time, he did not intend to use any tactics. He just wanted to have a good head-on confrontation with the opponent and see how much he could weigh. After experiencing the tempering of actual combat for the past half a month, especially after his strength had risen by 2 levels, Lin Yi's 5 elements' murderous intent had now faintly showed signs of turning into a dragon. Although it was only a vague sign for the time being, this was definitely a very gratifying change. One day, when it truly turned into a dragon, it would be the real and complete version of the 5 elements' murderous intent. It was a pity that the power of thunder and lightning, which also came from the inheritance of the sea-splitting stage, had not improved during this time. It was not that there was no progress at all, but this progress was really negligible compared to the 5 elements' murderous intent. Except for the little numbing effect, it was almost useless against an opponent like Lang Ruffin. Chapter 4803. The audience was in an uproar, and Lang Ruffin's face finally showed surprise for the first time. Looking at Lin Yi, who was surging with fighting spirit, he could not help but gasp. It had only been half a month, and this kid had become so strong. Again. Lin Yi was excited and eager to try. For half a month, this was the first time he had a head-on draw with his opponent. Although he knew that this didn't mean that they were evenly matched in strength. After all, the other party's condition had been exhausted previously. If he was at his peak condition, he would definitely be suppressed. Even so, this was still a huge and gratifying improvement. Anyone would find it hard to accept being forced into a draw by an opponent they had been suppressing, let alone someone as proud as Lang Ruffin. Everyone knew that this guy was going to go all out. Lin Yi was waiting impatiently, but Lang Ruffin's words stunned him. The audience was in an uproar. No, I admit defeat. What? Lin Yi looked at him in surprise, wondering if this guy was joking. No matter how he looked at it, he did not look like a person who would voluntarily admit defeat. And at most, it was a draw just now. If they continued to fight, it was still unknown who would win and who would lose. Lang Ruffin did not speak. He turned his head and looked at the noisy audience. Finally, his eyes fell on Yang Qinxue beside the ring, and he shook his head with an apologetic expression. It was not that he did not want to fight. In fact, he did not think that he would lose to Lin Yi at all. At least he could fight until both of them were injured. But what about after that? Unlike Lin Yi, who had just arrived, he could be said to have enemies everywhere. There were countless enemies with backgrounds and strength like Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian. After all, the title of Grim Machete God did not come out of nowhere. Every victory meant one more enemy. When he lost the power to protect himself, any one of them could easily kill him. Lang Rufin was arrogant, but he wasn't stupid. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Otherwise, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to stand out in this place. After carefully looking at Lang Rufin's expression, Lin Yi was finally sure that Lang Rufin wasn't joking. He thought for a moment and said, "All right then. There's no problem with the bet we agreed on, right?" Lang Rufin looked at him deeply. Although he was a little unwilling, he still nodded in agreement. Of course, he didn't have the mood to be a bodyguard, but since he had agreed in advance, he couldn't go back on his word now, right? Very good. Lin Yi immediately laughed. Seeing the other party's serious expression, he added, "Don't worry. Although you became my Feifei's bodyguard because you lost, I won't mistreat you. You'll be rewarded." Payment? Lang Rufin was startled. Although it was not too obvious, there was still a trace of disdain between his brows. At his level, this small amount of spiritual jade was not worth his attention at all, unless the other party could offer a sky-high price of hundreds of thousands. "I'll give you the beauty pill, and then I'll give you an extra Thunder Xian pill. That's okay, right? There's no other request. In the future, protect Feifei for me in the academy. Don't let Ren Zhongyuan and these idiots harass her." Lin Yi said lightly. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was in an uproar again. The 7th grade beauty pill and the 7th grade Thunder Xian pill, isn't this a big deal too scary? As expected of the prince consort of West Island, it's really rich and overbearing. Lang Rufin looked at Lin Yi and was speechless. After a long time, he squeezed out a sentence, "If you had said so earlier, I wouldn't have fought." He'd put in so much effort to fight Lin Yi for half a month, all for the beauty pill and the lightning mystic pill. He wouldn't have put in so much effort if he'd known that he'd be able to get them even if he surrendered. If we don't have a few good fights, how can I know if you're worth this price?" Lin Yi said with a smile. In fact, he was addicted to the sweet fight. He had only fought with Lang Rufin for half a month and had risen 2 levels. In the future, he would often fight with him. Maybe he could rise a few more levels. Of course, this is just Lin Yi's own fantasy. The reason why he was able to upgrade quickly this time was actually largely due to the serious injuries he had suffered in the last trial in West Island. After coming back from the Gate of Hell, he felt like he had been reborn. In addition, he had received the powerful inheritance of the giant electric eel. Although the power of thunder and lightning was not of much use for the time being, it was enough to refine his body. Moreover, in the past half a month, he had been injured every day. In addition to healing himself, Lin Yi had taken no less than 6 gathering nascent soul golden pills to replenish his vitality. With such a huge amount of medicinal power accumulated together, it was natural for him to break through and upgrade. After all, he was a perfect nascent soul. "I'm exhausted." "You're such a bad guy." Lang Rufin shook his head speechlessly and smiled with some difficulty. Now he was really physically and mentally exhausted by Lin Yi. If there weren't so many people watching, this cold-faced god of machete would have sat down on the ground without caring about his image. Fortunately, the hard work of this half a month was not in vain. He got the beauty pill and the Thunder Xian pill at the same time. Now young Qinchua's appearance and strength were very likely to be restored to their original state. Congratulations. The 2 people on the stage were all happy, but Ren Zhongyuan, who had just been named by Lin Yi, was really angry. Seeing Lang Rufin, whom he had high hopes for, and Lin Yi shake hands and make peace in public, he was completely dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? He clearly spent a huge price of a beauty pill and racked his brains to provoke a powerful chess piece to deal with Lin Yi. After spending a whole half a month, not only did he not kill Lin Yi, but he also became his bodyguard. The world was too unpredictable. Under the stimulation, Ren Zhongyuan felt that his heart was about to explode. After subconsciously circulating his true qi, he felt a terrible pain in his internal organs. His vision turned black and he fell to the ground on the spot, which really shocked Yi Xiaotian and the others. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, they could only drag Ren Zhongyuan away like a dead dog. When Ren Zhongyuan finally caught his breath and woke up, they were already in the private room of the restaurant. Yi Xiaotian and the others did not dare to send him home. Otherwise, if Ren Tianzuo asked them, how would they answer? Brother Ren, you're finally awake. Yi Xiaotian and the others suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. If something really happened to Ren Zhongyuan, they would have to bear the consequences. Chapter 4804. Fortunately, after waiting for a long time, Ren Zhongyuan finally got up and said faintly, Lin Yi must die. No matter what you think of, you must help me kill Lin Yi, by hook or by crook, regardless of the cost. This. They looked at each other and no one spoke. In the end, it was Yi Xiaotian who spoke. Brother Ren, I can understand your feelings, but with our strength, we can't even deal with one Lin Yi, let alone now that there's another one with the surname Lang. I'm afraid there's no good way. They were already helpless to deal with Lin Yi, and they were also helpless to deal with Lang Rufin. Now that these two guys joined hands, how could they deal with them? Everyone looked at each other speechlessly. Compared with Lin Yi, they were actually more afraid of Lang Rufin. After all, this guy's strength was too strong. He was almost invincible among the students of the academy, and everyone was afraid of him. The reputation of the cold machete god was gained by slashing with his saber. Except for Lin Yi, who didn't know anything, there was no one in Soaring Cloud Academy who could match him. Ordinary people would be scared and kneel on the spot when they heard his name. Otherwise, when they wanted to kill people with a borrowed knife, they would not have thought of this guy at once. Ren Zhongyuan frowned and pondered for a long time. After a moment, he suddenly said, what if we wait until Lang Rufin leaves? After he leaves. Yi Xiaotian was stunned, and suddenly clapped his hands and said, yes, Lin Yi is really clever. He wants to win over Lang Rufin with the beauty pill and the thunder xian pill, but in fact, he is simply trapped in a cocoon of his own making. Originally, Lang Rufin will stay in the academy to be their bodyguard, but once Yang Qinshue recovers her appearance and strength, hee. Yes, Brother Ren and Brother Yi are really smart. At that time, Lang Rufin will definitely return to the Xuanjia Sea area. Li Yuzhou quickly flattered. Sun Baolu added, yes, the Mystic Step Sea is an unparalleled temptation for experts like them. A genius like Lang Rufin who thinks he's extraordinary will definitely not be willing to stay and be a bodyguard. He will definitely do everything he can to return to the Mystic Step Sea. That's right. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. As long as we endure this period of time, it won't be too late to make a move on Lin Yi. Ren Zhongyuan's eyes flickered with resentment. If it was possible, he certainly didn't want to endure it. However, there was no other way. Reality forced him to endure it unless his father, Ren Tianzuo, was willing to help. Unfortunately, the possibility of this was very small. If it dragged on for too long, he might not be able to wait, but if it was only 2 or 3 months, then it wouldn't be a problem. Brother Ren, Brother Yi, this plan is good, but there's a loophole. What if Lin Yi can't wait for 2 months and leaves? Li Yuzhou asked cautiously. Idiot. Isn't it simple? The monk can run away, but the temple can't. As long as Ning Xuefei is still here, even if Lin Yi leaves, it doesn't matter. We can play a little trick and let Ning Shuefei make an accident and seriously injure her. Are we afraid that he won't come? Humph. Ren Zhongyuan sneered. They looked at each other and laughed. Although the title of West Island's Fuma was coveted, it was also a burden sometimes. As long as they controlled Ning Shuefei, it was equivalent to controlling Lin Yi. Is there any risk in this? Li Yuzhou cautiously reminded them. Ning Shuefei, a little girl who didn't know much about worldly affairs, would naturally be controlled by others. The key was that she was the princess of West Island. Once an accident happened, the entire Soaring Cloud Academy would be shocked. At that time, in order to give a satisfactory explanation to West Island, they would definitely investigate this matter to the end. Even if Ren Zhongyuan and Yi Xiaotian worked together, they might not be able to stop them. Stupid. I said it was an accident. What's the risk? Anyway, I just seriously injured her, not killed her. Ren Zhongyuan curled his lips disdainfully. As long as it was not irreparable, even if West Island knew it, they wouldn't hold on to it. After all, Soaring Cloud Academy was not weak. His father and Yi Xiaotian's father could support them. That's right. As long as we control it well, it won't be a big problem. Yi Xiaotian nodded and said. When they were secretly discussing in the private room, they didn't know that the target of their discussion was having a dinner in the private room downstairs. Of course, with the high-end design of this restaurant, the soundproofing effect couldn't be so bad. Normally, no matter how good one's hearing was, it was impossible to hear the conversation in the private room upstairs. Moreover, the wall here had the effect of blocking the divine sense. The restaurant had spent a lot of money on this, and the purpose was to ensure the privacy of the guests. Only in this way could they attract high-class guests. At this time, there were a total of 5 people dining together: Lin Yi, Ning Shuefei, Lang Ruffing, and Yang Qinxue. In addition, Chen Xingma was also dragged here. Needless to say, Lin Yi and the other 3 people, even with Chen Xingma's strength, under normal circumstances, she couldn't hear the sound upstairs unless she used some kind of divine sense method. With her self-restraint, she wouldn't do such a thing inexplicably. However, although Lin Yi and the others couldn't hear it, it didn't mean that no one could see through the conspiracy of Ren Zhongyuan and the others. At least the ghost thing knew it clearly. Naturally, the conspiracy of these people fell into Lin Yi's ears without missing a word. After listening to these words, Lin Yi's face changed involuntarily. He really didn't expect that Ren Zhongyuan would hate him so much. In order to deal with him, he even had this kind of insidious idea. Fortunately, it was heard by the ghost thing. Otherwise, it was possible that the other party would succeed. What's wrong? Next to him, Ning Shuefei was eating happily. The table full of East Continent specialties was very appetizing, but she still noticed Lin Yi's strange expression immediately. Chen Xingma, Ling Ruffing, and the others also heard her words and looked over. Oh, it's nothing. Lin Yi smiled calmly. With a wave of his hand, he took out a delicate wooden box, pushed it in front of Ling Ruffing and Yang Qinxue, and said, "This is the beauty pill. As for the Thunder Xian pill, I still have to refine it on the spot, so you'll have to wait for another 2 days." Ling Ruffing was immediately overjoyed, while Yang Qinxue's eyes lit up as if she had seen a life-saving straw. However, she didn't immediately reach out to take it. Instead, she looked at Lin Yi and Ning Shuefei with some embarrassment. After this period of recuperation, coupled with the fact that she always wore a veil, her mental state was much better than before. At least, she was not as blind and impulsive as before. Now that she thought about it, she was quite embarrassed that she had crazily snatched the beauty pill. In the end, all this happened because of her. Fortunately, the result was still satisfactory. Chapter 4805. You don't have to thank me. This is what we agreed to do. Lin Yi smiled faintly. Putting away the beauty pill, Ling Rufin and Yang Qinshue both nodded gratefully. Until then, Ling Rufin suddenly reacted and said in shock, "You just said that you can refine Thunder Xian pills. Are you a 7th level alchemist?" Not only Ling Rufin was shocked, but also Qin Xingma next to him. She only knew that Lin Yi was the son-in-law of West Island and a disciple of the 3 pavilions of North Island, but she never knew that he was a 7th level alchemist. My God, how old is he? Kind of. Lin Yi and Ning Xuefei looked at each other and smiled. Strictly speaking, the alchemy was done by the magic pesticide cauldron, and he himself was just an assistant to inject true qi into the cauldron. He was not a real 7th level alchemist, but he could really refine Thunder Xian pills easily, and his efficiency was much higher than that of ordinary 7th level alchemists. Everyone in the box gasped at the same time, including Qin Xingma. They all looked at Lin Yi as if he was a monster. The battle in the past half-month had proved that this guy was a monster, but they really didn't expect that this was just the tip of the iceberg. Ling Rufin looked at Lin Yi in a daze and didn't know what to say for a while. He could only drink a glass of wine to calm himself down. To be honest, he was still a little unwilling to admit that he had lost to Lin Yi. If it were anyone else in his position, it would be impossible for him to be completely convinced. It was only because of the previous bet and Lin Yi's promise to give him the beauty pill and Thunder Xian pill, that Ling Rufin was willing to work for him as a bodyguard. But now, he really wanted to worship Lin Yi. He couldn't find another 7th level alchemist at such a young age in the world. Brother Leng, I want to ask, when Miss Yang recovers, will you continue to stay in Shangyun Academy? Lin Yi suddenly asked. After listening to the conspiracy of Ren Zhongyuan and others, this was the most important thing for him to figure out at the moment. Lin Yi quietly waited for the other party's answer. After a long time, Ling Rufin said, 3 months. I will only stay here for 3 months. Only 3 months. Lin Yi immediately frowned. This was exactly what Ren Zhongyuan and the others had expected. That's right. If you don't think it's suitable, you don't have to give me the Thunder Xian pill, and I'll buy the beauty pill at the market price. At the same time, I can be your bodyguard for 3 months. After that, I won't be able to accompany you anymore. I have to get revenge for what happened in the Mystic Step Sea. No one can stop me. Ling Rufin's face was a bit apologetic, but he was very determined. Lin Yi took a deep look at him, raised his glass, and didn't continue to insist. Just now, he deliberately let Ling Rufin know that he was a 7th grade alchemist. To put it bluntly, he wanted to improve his status and make Ling Rufin want to make friends with him. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry about Ning Xuefei having no one to protect her. But looking at Ling Rufin's expression, Lin Yi knew that the Mystic Step Sea had probably become his obsession. If it weren't for Yang Qinshue, he wouldn't have the patience to continue to stay here. No matter how much Lin Yi persuaded him, it would be useless. At the end of the day, Ling Rufin only agreed to this condition because he lost the duel. The two were enemies before, and their relationship was far from that of friends. Since Ling Rufin wanted to leave, Lin Yi couldn't stop him. What should he do? Lin Yi suddenly had a headache. Since he couldn't make Ling Rufin stay, he had to continue to stay in the East Continent. After all, Ning Xuefei's safety was the first priority. But he couldn't stay here all the time. He had upgraded 2 levels in half a month. Now, simple meditation and cultivation could no longer meet the needs. Whether it was to consolidate his strength as soon as possible or to continue to seek the opportunity to break through to the next level, Lin Yi had to go outside. It was not his style to stay in one place for a long time for closed-door cultivation. But although it was a headache, Lin Yi didn't make things difficult for Ling Rufin. 3 months was 3 months, and he had to think of other ways to deal with the things after that. Thank you. Ling Rufin was both grateful and apologetic. Speaking of which, he was a little immoral in this matter, but he wouldn't change his mind. 3 months later, he had to go to the Mystic Sea region to settle things. Lin Yi smiled and didn't say anything. After sending Lang Rufin and Yang Qinchua off, and agreeing to meet up with Yang Qinchua after she took the beauty pill, Lin Yi, Ning Shuafei, and Chen Xingmo returned to the newcomer's courtyard. Only then did Lin Yi tell them everything. What? They're actually so bold. Chen Xingmo was instantly shocked. Ning Shuafei wasn't too worried, but the three of them discussed it. In the end, they still went to Qinzhou Academy and called Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi over. Just half a day later, Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi hurried over. This matter concerned Ning Shuafei's future safety, and they couldn't afford to be careless. The five of them sat in a circle around the table, all of them frowning. Even Lu Ziyu and Chen Xingmo couldn't think of an effective way to deal with it. If they did something, it would be easy. As long as we have evidence, we can ask the Academy to step in at any time. At the very least, we can put them under house arrest. But now, we have no proof. Sigh. Chen Xingmo sighed. Although she was the Academy's vice dean, because of her personality, she wasn't a powerful person in the Academy's upper echelon. In terms of status and authority, she was far inferior to Ren Tianzuo. If she wanted to rely on a few words to warn Ren Zhongyuan and the others, it was almost impossible to have any effect. On the other hand, Lu Ziyu was a powerful person, but unfortunately, she was in Qinzhou Academy and had no reason to interfere with Soaring Cloud Academy's matters. Her authority in this matter was even lower than Chen Xingmo's. Seeing that everyone was frowning, Ning Shuafei said, "Actually, it's not that serious. As long as I stay with Master, they won't be able to do anything to me. Those people can't be so daring as to play tricks in front of Master, right?" "That's true, but Fei, you can't be with Xingmo all the time, right? You can be a thief for 1,000 days, but you can't guard against thieves for 1,000 days. As time goes on, someone will definitely catch you and take advantage of you." Lu Ziyu smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Then why don't I move over to accompany Fei? Hui Yudi blinked and suggested. Everyone's eyes instantly lit up. Lu Ziyu couldn't just move over to protect Ning Shuafei, but Hui Yudi could. As long as Chen Xingmo went to apply for a spot as an exchange disciple, she could stay here permanently. The two of them could be companions, and Hui Yudi's strength wasn't weak, so she could protect Ning Shuafei at her side. Chapter 4806. Hui Yudi's strength wasn't weak, but Ren Zhongyuan and the others weren't easy to deal with either. If they really wanted to cause trouble, it was very likely that even Hui Yudi would be wiped out. Therefore, this could only be their last resort. If they wanted to truly protect Ning Shuafei, they had to find a bodyguard as intimidating as Lang Rufin. Unfortunately, in the entire Soaring Cloud Academy, there was only one Lang Rufin. Otherwise, if it was really so easy to find a few, Lang Rufin wouldn't be as terrifying as he was now. In the end, the crisis meeting couldn't come to a conclusion. But since she was already here, Hui Yudi couldn't bear to go back just like that, so she specifically stayed for a few more days. It was fine with Ning Shuafei, but she and Lin Yi didn't have many opportunities to see each other. After 3 days, Hui Yudi reluctantly left. If it wasn't for the fact that the Morning Pride Academy was about to have a disciple assessment, she wanted to stay until Lin Yi left. Unfortunately, things didn't go as she wished. After sending off Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi, other than Chen Xingmo who came from time to time, the entire newcomer courtyard was only left with Lin Yi and Ning Shuafei. This was exactly what Ning Shuafei wanted. It was another rare time for the two of them. But before the two of them could start to flirt, a person suddenly came in. It was Lang Rufin. It wasn't known whether this guy was born like this or trained to be like this. From the first time Lin Yi saw him, he always had the same cold expression. It was very rare to see his face change, but this time, this guy actually had an indescribable worried expression. "What's wrong, Brother Lang?" Lin Yi's heart moved. For Lang Rufin to be so worried, it was most likely that something happened to Yang Qinxue. Lang Rufin looked at Lin Yi and sighed. Qinxue took the beauty pill, but it only had half of the effect. Only half of the effect. Lin Yi was stunned. The beauty pill was a 7th-rank medicinal pill. Normally, it should be easy to restore one's appearance. Could it be that there was a problem with the pill? It didn't seem like it. Back then, when he had obtained the beauty pill, he had personally checked it. The burns on Qinxue's face have healed, but the wounds that were invaded by the venom still haven't healed. It's all because of those damn bastards, damn it. Lang Rufin's eyes spat out fire as he spoke. He heavily slammed his fist on the heavy stone table. His fist, which was not wrapped in any force, was immediately stained with blood. Venom. Lin Yi recalled what he had seen at that time. Although he had only taken a quick glance, the condition on Yang Qinxue's face was indeed shocking. It was much more serious than all the cases he had seen before. In particular, the wounds that had been soaked by the venom did not heal for a long time. It could be said that the venom had penetrated deep into the bone marrow. The beauty pill alone might not be effective. Lang Rufin immediately stopped talking. He sullenly sat on the ground in the yard, officially acting as Ning Shuefei's bodyguard. The beauty pill's failure to completely restore Yang Qinxue's appearance was his own fault. This could not be blamed on Lin Yi. Therefore, even though his heart was in a mess, he still had to fulfill the agreement. Seeing this, Lin Yi did not say anything. After saying goodbye to Ning Shuefei, he returned to the house. He had promised to give Lang Rufin a Thunder Profound pill. These 3 days, because he had been with Hui Yudi and Ning Shuefei, he did not have time to spare. Now that Lang Rufin was guarding him, he did not have to worry about Ning Shuefei's safety, so he could refine the pill in peace. 1 day later, when Lin Yi walked out of the door, he already had 8 more Thunder Profound pills on him. He did not use all the Thunder Profound vine at once. This time, he only used about a quarter of it. Anyway, the Thunder Profound vine was placed in the space of the jade pendant, and he often used the power of thunder to nourish it, so he did not have to worry about it withering. If there was no accident, these 8 Thunder Profound pills were already enough. After all, the Thunder Profound pill could only be used when attacking the Profound Ascension stage and dealing with the Thunder Tribulation. It was not like the Gathering Nascent Soul Golden pill, which could also be used as a supplement. Unless it was used as a gift, there was no need for so many. The remaining Thunder Profound vine could be used for other purposes. In addition to the Thunder Profound pill, as far as Lin Yi knew, it was also an important material for several other 7th grade or even higher grade pills. Good steel should be used on the edge of the blade, so it would be of greater use when the time came. Brother Lang, this Thunder Profound pill can be given to you. Even if Miss Yang's appearance cannot be restored for a while, the matter of her strength realm cannot be delayed. Otherwise, when her realm completely falls, it will really be impossible for her to return to the Profound Ascension stage. Lin Yi advised. Thank you. Lang Rufin took the Thunder Profound pill with a complicated expression and shook his head with a bitter smile. I also advised her like this, but her appearance has become a problem for her. If this problem is not removed and she rashly breaks through, I'm afraid it will become a demon in her heart. Then it will really be unimaginable. It was innate for women to love beauty. No woman would really not take their appearance seriously, especially a beauty like Yang Qinxue who was disfigured to this extent. No one could bear such a big gap. It was already very rare for her to be able to hold on until now without a mental breakdown. During this time, you should spend more time with her. When Fei Fei has me here, there should be no problem. Lin Yi sighed. Lang Rufin nodded gratefully and immediately took the Thunder Profound pill to find Yang Qinxue. To be honest, he was really worried about Yang Qinxue's mental state. Before, he could pin all his hopes on the beauty pill, but now that the beauty pill was useless, it was hard to guarantee that she would not do something stupid after her hope was shattered. At times like this, what young Chinchuan needed the most was Lang Rufin's company. In the following month, Lang Rufin did exactly that. In the face of young Chinchua's shocking disfigurement, he really didn't leave her. Every day, he racked his brains to comfort young Chinchua, constantly comforting her. He would definitely find a solution. In the next month, in addition to accompanying young Chinchua and Ning Shuafei, Lang Rufin spent the rest of the time asking people for ideas. Even Lin Yi couldn't help but be moved. This cold knife god was really a person with a cold face but a warm heart. On this day, while Lang Rufin was stationed in the newcomer's courtyard, he was writing letters to people. Needless to say, he was trying to find ways to ask people for help. Usually, asking for help was simply a whimsical thing, but for young Chinchua, he had thrown all his pride and self-esteem aside, just to find a glimmer of hope for his beloved woman. "Brother Lang, do you have time? I want to talk to you about something," Lin Yi suddenly said. "What is it?" Lang Rufin was still writing rapidly, and asked without raising his head. Chapter 4807. Chinchua. Lang Rufin froze and dropped the pen. He looked up at Lin Yi nervously. Lin Yi was speechless. Love was the most mysterious thing in the world, after all. What had happened to the cold-faced knife god? This scene was like a primary school student caught cheating on a test. "Not bad, I've seen it for a month. Brother Lang, you're really infatuated with love. You can't go on like this. I can't bear it, so I'm going to make an exception and help Miss Yang recover her face." Lin Yi looked at Lang Rufin. Lang Rufin was shocked. He looked at Lin Yi from head to toe and said in disbelief, "You're not trying to stall for time, are you? Are you trying to find an excuse to look for herbs and make me protect Miss Ning? I don't even need to think to know what Ren Zhongyuan and the others are thinking. But I've said it before, I'm going to the Mystic Sea in 2 months no matter what. So you know that too." Lin Yi couldn't help but be surprised. Lang Rufin and Ren Zhongyuan had been enemies for many years. He knew them better than he did. He nodded immediately, "You're half right. I do want you to stay, but I want you to protect Fei for me sincerely. I'm not trying to stall you." Lang Rufin was silent for a moment, his face was still full of doubt. Lin Yi was indeed a person that made him look at him in a different light. Whether it was his amazing strength or his identity as a 7th-level alchemist, he was far from being a normal person. Even he couldn't compare to Lin Yi. But it was ridiculous to say that Lin Yi could help Chinchua recover her face. Even the beauty pill didn't work. What other way could he do? After asking around for a whole month, Lang Rufin felt that the only reliable way was to find a medical saint like Zhang Liju. Other than that, he didn't believe in anything else. "How can I trust you?" Lang Rufin asked with a tiny bit of hope. "I'll tell you a secret, but don't tell anyone else. It might bring me trouble," Lin Yi said seriously. "Tell me, I'm not a talkative person." Lang Rufin's heart was filled with hope after seeing Lin Yi's serious face. Lin Yi smiled and said after a while, "All right, I'm actually Zhang Liju's last disciple." "What?" Lang Rufin's face paled as he almost cried out in shock. He looked at Lin Yi from head to toe as he digested the shocking news. This guy was the disciple of Miracle Dr. Dan, Zhang Liju. This was something many people would do, especially Zhang Liju, who was one of the strongest in the 5 sky-class islands. Liju. There were many people who used his name. But under normal circumstances, no one would believe him, but after Lang Rufin. And Lin Yi. Lin Rufin. It wasn't that he believed in Lin Yi's character. It was because all the signs from before were the best evidence. Putting aside Lin Yi's strength, this guy had been beaten up like a dead dog every day when they fought, and yet he was able to recover to his peak condition the next day. How was it possible that he didn't know anything about medicine? Plus, Lin Yi was a level 7 elixir refiner. Without a master like Zhang Liju, who could teach such a young level 7 elixir refiner. All of this proved that Lin Yi was indeed Zhang Liju's last disciple. There was no exaggeration in this statement. You can really cure Qinxue? Lang Rufin was excited. He thought that Zhang Liju was the only one who could cure young Qinxue, but it wasn't easy to meet someone like Zhang Liju. He might not get the chance even if he searched for 10 or 20 years. Now, he suddenly found Zhang Liju's last disciple. It was like a gift to him. Yes, I've thought about it. Although it's hard, and I need to pay a big price, the chance of success is not small. Lin Yi nodded. The reason why he purposely used Zhang Liju's name was to find a convincing excuse for his all-purpose pure energy. After all, Lang Rufin wasn't really on his side yet. What if the news got out after he cured young Qinxue? In this world, only by using the name of a tiger could he quickly gain the respect and trust of others. This was something Lin Yi realized in the last West Island trial. As soon as he brought up the name of Shanghai Tianhua's personal disciple, people like Ren Zhongyuan would immediately look up to him. Now, from Lang Rufin's performance, it seemed that the title of Zhang Liju's last disciple was also very useful. Of course, Lin Yi wasn't the kind of person to brag. He really was Zhang Liju's disciple. It was just that he hadn't met this cheap master yet, so he couldn't officially register. If that's the case, I'll go get Qinxue. I'll leave everything to you, Brother Lin. Lang Rufin was so excited that he used his strongest movement technique on the spot. He turned into an icicle and disappeared, leaving only a pile of ice shards on the ground. Lin Yi paused. When he fought with Lang Rufin before, he didn't use this move. It seemed like he wasn't using his full strength. Of course, in front of his continuous energy consumption, Lang Rufin couldn't maintain his peak condition at all. He had to make sure that every bit of qi was used on the blade to keep the stalemate going. As for this kind of movement technique that used up a lot of qi but couldn't decide the outcome of the battle, naturally, it was best not to use it. After a while, Lang Rufin excitedly brought young Qinxue over. These days, young Qinxue was a little dispirited, but her eyes were very bright when she looked at Lin Yi. Evidently, she already knew that Lin Yi was Zhang Liju's last disciple. She saw hope in the midst of despair. Fei, you and Lang Bro stay outside. It shouldn't be too long, Lin Yi instructed and immediately brought young Qinxue into the room. After entering the room and sitting down, Lin Yi signaled for young Qinxue to take off her veil. Young Qinxue struggled and hesitated, but under Lin Yi's encouraging gaze, she finally took off her veil with difficulty. In the past, she would lose control every time she took off her veil, but after so long, she could barely control her emotions. Chapter 4808. Don't be nervous. Give me your hands. Lin Yi smiled. Oh. Young Qinxue looked at him in confusion, but in the end, she still extended her hands. Unlike her ferocious and terrifying face, her hands could be said to be like ice and jade, full of fairy-like aura. Lin Yi also extended his hands to meet hers. The touch was cool but refreshing. She was indeed a rare beauty, but he didn't want to take advantage of her. If he wanted to treat her, he had to channel all-purpose true qi. This process couldn't be obstructed by clothes. There was no other way but to meet her palms. After all, he couldn't let young Qinxue take off her clothes in front of him. Through her palm, young Qinxue suddenly felt a warm stream of spiritual qi enter her body and rise to her face along her 8 extraordinary meridians. Her face suddenly felt a little itchy and a little numb. She couldn't help but want to scratch it, but she resisted the urge. After going on like this for about an hour, young Qinxue suddenly felt that something seemed to be flowing down her face. When she took a closer look, it was actually dark green venom. She was instantly shocked. Don't move. It'll be over soon. Lin Yi comforted her. Young Chinchua was still a little panicked, but she didn't move after hearing this. She just watched as the horrifying venom flowed down her face bit by bit until it fell on the floor. The venom accumulated bit by bit. Young Chinchua couldn't help but tremble. This was a nightmare she had every time she closed her eyes. It was the venom that almost broke her mind. She was muddle-headed all day, and sometimes she even wanted to die. Another hour passed, and finally, no more venom flowed down from her face. Young Chinchua only felt that her face was getting more and more itchy. She suddenly had an epiphany, and she became excited. Could this be a sign that her wounds were healing? After a slightly long wait, Lin Yi finally withdrew his true qi from Young Chinchua's body. He turned around and took out a mirror and handed it to her. Take a look for yourself. Young Chinchua took the mirror with trepidation. She didn't dare to open her eyes. She had experienced it once a month ago. She didn't want to go through it again. The feeling of having one's last hope shattered could really make people break down. But in the end, she still opened her eyes with great difficulty. When she saw the face in the mirror that seemed to have been reborn, she immediately froze. How is it? Seeing Lin Yi walk out with a pale face, Ling Ruffing, who had been guarding the door like a headless fly for 4 hours, quickly went up to greet him. His usually expressionless face was now filled with anxiety and nervousness. See for yourself. Lin Yi waved his hand weakly. Actually, this was all an act for the other party to see. With the jade pendant to replenish his true qi at any time, he did not expend much energy at all. But since he was putting on a show, he had to go all the way. Even if he said that he was Zhang Liju's disciple, this wasn't something that could be done easily. He had to pretend that there was a price to pay. Seeing Lin Yi's expression that looked like he was about to faint at any time, Ling Rufen's expression suddenly changed. He thought that the treatment had failed, so he hurriedly shouted for Chinchua to rush into the room. However, before he could enter the room, young Chinchua had already walked out first. Chinchua, you! Ling Rufen was stunned. He stared blankly at young Chinchua's beautiful face, and his expression instantly turned into indescribable joy. Chinchua, you're okay. Seeing the cold blade god jumping around like a child, Lin Yi and Ning Shuafei couldn't help but smile at each other. Young Chinchua, on the other hand, was moved to tears. She walked up and hugged Ling Rufen tightly. A hug was better than 1,000 words. This was the darkest period of young Chinchua's life. She had lost too much, and even wanted to end it countless times. But compared to what she had lost, what she had gained was actually more valuable. A friend in need is a friend indeed. She had found a man who was truly worthy of her life. Are you okay? Ning Shuafei's eyes were red from the scene in front of her, but she was still more worried about Lin Yi's condition. Lin Yi's pale face not only fooled Ling Rufen, but also her. I'm fine. Lin Yi smiled slightly. He gently hugged Ning Shuafei. To be honest, looking at Ling Rufen and young Chinchua was quite touching. He couldn't help but think of his group of female friends. Compared to Ling Rufen, who had always been by young Chinchua's side, he was far inferior in this aspect. At this time, Ling Rufen suddenly let go of young Chinchua, walked a few steps in front of Lin Yi, and directly knelt down in front of everyone's surprised eyes. This time, not only Lin Yi and Ning Shuafei, but even young Chinchua was shocked. Ling Rufen's pride was deeply rooted in his bones. Except for his master, no one in the world could make him kneel, no matter how strong or how high his status was. But today, he chose to kneel down in front of Lin Yi. Brother Ling, what are you doing? Lin Yi hurriedly reached out to help him up. He cured young Chinchua in order to let him stay to protect Ning Shuafei, not to make him kneel down in front of him. However, Lang Rufin pushed Lin Yi's hand away and said solemnly, I, Lang Rufin, have never admired anyone in my life, but I admire you. Brother Lin, although your realm is lower than mine, your strength is much stronger than mine. I have never seen a genius like you. I can't repay your kindness. From now on, you are my boss, and Miss Ning is my sister-in-law. Don't worry, before Miss Ning leaves Shangyun Academy, I will always stay here. Lang Rufin had never been a person who was good with words. His words could be said to be abrupt, but everyone present knew that his words were absolutely sincere. This guy was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Most of the time, he seemed to be unapproachable and difficult to get along with, but in fact, after getting along with him for a long time, people would know that he was a sincere person. The strong were respected. These 4 words were absolutely deeply rooted in people's hearts on the Heaven Stage Island. Even a man as arrogant as Lang Rufin regarded this as a golden rule. No matter from which aspect, Lin Yi would undoubtedly be a rare super strong person in the world. At least he absolutely had the potential. As for the realm of strength, with his super strong potential, it was only a matter of time before Lin Yi reached the Xianqing realm or even the mountain opening realm. For a discerning person like Lang Rufin, this was not a problem at all. In addition, Lin Yi had shown his tolerance and character during this period of time, so Lang Rufin was really convinced. Chapter 4809. If young Qinshue, who was equally powerful, was included, it was simply a buy one get one free. He suddenly had a pair of powerful husband and wife subordinates. This was really a rare surprise. Boss, since I have already recognized you as my boss, then there should be a difference in seniority. Don't call me Brother Lang, just call me by my name. Lang Rufin said seriously. Hee, okay, then I will call you Ruffing. Lin Yi smiled. Although this guy's face was cold and his words were cold, he unexpectedly paid attention to the rules in this kind of thing. Lin Yi then asked, Ruffing, didn't you say that you must go to the Xuanjie Sea to settle things? Why did you suddenly change your mind? That's what I thought before, but at that time, I was just like Qinshue. I was driven by the desire for revenge and lost all rationality. But now, I've thought it through. Instead of rushing to my death again, I might as well stay here and complete the task boss entrusted me with. I might as well find a way to improve my strength, Lang Rufin explained. At the same time, Lang Rufin and young Qinshue looked at each other and smiled. The reason why he could let go of this obsession was obviously because young Qinshue had recovered. He couldn't bring his beloved who had finally regained a new life to die. Well, now that Miss Yang's heart has been removed, the top priority is to return to the Xuanjie stage as soon as possible, and after that, you also need to cultivate for a period of time, including roughing. Lin Yi suggested. After fighting for half a month, he was very familiar with Lang Rufin. During that time, this guy's breathing was obviously unstable, which was also why Lin Yi continued to consume his energy. Otherwise, it would be a different result. In the following month, because of young Qinshue's matter, Lang Rufin didn't have time to recuperate and cultivate, so until now, he hadn't been able to fully recover. Fortunately, young Qinshue had recovered and was now working as Ning Shuefei's bodyguard. He finally had time to recuperate and cultivate. Boss, don't worry, I know what to do. Lang Rufin nodded. Right, I've wanted to ask this question for a long time. Is the profound step C really so dangerous? Lin Yi suddenly asked. Lang Rufin's strength didn't need to be mentioned. He could easily suppress Lin Yi even before he recovered, and if young Qinshue recovered to the profound ascension stage, her strength would definitely not be weak. Such a powerful combination was actually beaten so miserably, it was really a bit frightening. Lang Rufin and young Qinshue looked at each other and smiled bitterly. The atmosphere couldn't help but become slightly heavy when he recalled that encounter, and he went silent for a moment before he said slowly, "Boss, don't be fooled by the various Yellow Order academies in the East Continent that are filled with both open and veiled strife and are filled with danger. But when compared to the profound rank Oceanic Domain, all of this pales in comparison. That's a place that truly devours people." "Really?" Lin Yi raised his brows slightly. After staying here for a month and a half, he could not help but feel that the East Continent Academy was just a so-so. Except for Lang Rufin, none of the other disciples of Soaring Cloud Academy could catch his attention. However, after listening to Lang Rufin's words, Lin Yi suddenly changed his mind. It seemed that if there was a chance, he really had to go to the profound rank Oceanic Domain to have a good look. Lang Rufin surrendered to Lin Yi, and the Grim Machete God officially became the trump card of the West Island's Fuma. No one knew who spread the news, but it spread like wildfire. Soon, it caused a sensation in the entire Soaring Cloud Academy. Although Lang Rufin suffered a big loss in the profound rank Oceanic Domain, he was still a leading figure among the disciples of Soaring Cloud Academy. Everyone knew that this guy was full of pride. Now, he was willing to become someone else's subordinate, and the opponent was a master of the nascent soul stage who was a whole realm lower than him. This was simply incredible. Others were just talking about it as a piece of news, but when Ren Zhongyuan heard about it, he directly blacked out and fell down on the spot. When he woke up, it was already 2 days later. His whole body was weak, and it turned out that he was seriously ill. The murderous spirit of the 5 elements in his body was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Even Ren Tianzuo had not been able to resolve it completely. During this period of time, he had been depressed, and he suddenly became angry, so he really deserved to be seriously ill. When Yi Xiaotian came to visit Ren Zhongyuan, he was shocked to see how weak Ren Zhongyuan was. Fortunately, Ren Tianzuo was there. Otherwise, given Ren Zhongyuan's current state, once his condition worsened, the consequences would be unpredictable. He thought that Ren Zhongyuan was just ill because of anger. He really didn't expect that a person who was originally a good person could be so angry that he was half dead. It turned out that there were really people in this world who could be angered to death. "I'm not willing. I'm not willing." Even though he was so weak, Ren Zhongyuan still couldn't forget Lin Yi. He had no strength to gnash his teeth, but the resentment in his eyes became more and more terrible. But even if he was not willing, what could he do? Now that Lang Rufin had completely turned to Lin Yi, with such a powerful underling guarding them, their previous plan had completely become a bubble. After all, since he was an underling, how could he leave his boss's woman behind? Not only was Lang Rufin's strength so strong that it made others feel helpless, more importantly, Lang Rufin knew them inside out. Even the slightest movement could not escape his eyes. Ren Zhongyuan and the others were helpless against him, so what could they do? What made Ren Zhongyuan even more helpless was that even though he was seriously ill, his father, Ren Tianzuo, still had no intention of standing up for him. Instead, he ordered him to recuperate and even grounded him. This was what made Ren Zhongyuan the most depressed. Otherwise, if his father was willing to help, Lang Rufin would be nothing. In the face of this result, Yi Xiaotian was also very speechless. If he was seriously ill, the old man would have already taken a knife and risked his life. How could he be as calm as Ren Tianzuo? He was worthy of being the second senior in the academy. To be able to become the chief alchemist, his shrewdness was really not something that ordinary people could estimate. The two looked at each other for a long time. Seeing that Ren Zhongyuan was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood, Yi Xiaotian suddenly said, "Actually, we have another way, but it depends on whether Brother Ren dares to do it or not." "Say it." Ren Zhongyuan glared and said, "I'm already so sick, what else do I not dare to do? As long as I can kill Lin Yi, I dare to do anything. Hee, my method can be described in 4 words, kill with a borrowed knife." Yi Xiaotian smiled coldly. Chapter 48:10. Brother Ren, the knife I'm talking about is not in our academy. As long as you look a little further, there are many knives that are faster and sharper than Ling Rufin. Yi Xiaotian pretended to be profound. Oh. Tell me more about it. Ren Zhongyuan suddenly became interested. When it came to this matter, even his spirit became better. He was not as sick as before. Brother Ren, have you forgotten that in addition to a group of Yellow Stage Academies in our Yellow Stage Sea, there is also a hidden Yellow Stage branch of the West Mountain Evil Sect? Yi Xiaotian reminded. You mean? Ren Zhongyuan's eyes lit up when he heard this. The West Mountain Evil Sect was an evil cultivation force that everyone hated. Generally, very few people knew that there was a Yellow Stage branch in the Yellow Stage Sea in the East Continent. He and Yi Xiaotian did not know, but during a trial, they met a few evil cultivation masters by chance. Not only did the two sides not fight, but they also temporarily cooperated to get what they needed, so they knew about this secret. As long as we spend a little bit of money, wouldn't it be easy to find an evil practitioner to kill Lin Yi? Moreover, I guarantee that no one will know, and no one will suspect us. Yi Xiaotian lowered his voice. Yeah, now that you've reminded me, I heard that Lin Yi has a grudge with the West Mountain Elder of the West Mountain Evil Sect. It's a grudge between the two of them. It's reasonable for a heretic master to seek revenge on Lin Yi. It's like a knife that's delivered to their doorstep, haha. Ren Zhongyuan's spirit was suddenly lifted, and he sat up from the bed. He was a typical person who was in good spirits, and his illness was mostly cured in an instant. After the two of them discussed the specific details, Ren Zhongyuan took 2 7th-grade pills from his father as a bargaining chip, and Yi Xiaotian personally went to find those evil cultivation masters to discuss cooperation. Because there were very few alchemists among evil cultivation masters always lacked high-grade pills the most. Coupled with the conflict between Lin Yi and the West Mountain Old Sect, both sides could be said to hit it off. Just one day later, Yi Xiaotian rushed back to Soaring Cloud Academy. How is it? Did they agree? Ren Zhongyuan asked impatiently. It's settled. A late-stage profound ascension expert named Shishan Supreme Expert is prepared to personally deal with Lin Yi. As long as this brat leaves our academy, he will immediately make a move. Yi Xiaotian chuckled. Profound Ascension Late-Stage Master? Ren Zhongyuan was overjoyed. He thought that the other party would at most send an ordinary Profound Ascending Stage Expert. He didn't expect it to be a Profound Ascending Late-Stage Expert. To be able to invite such an expert with just 2 grade 7 dawn, it was really a huge profit. Speaking of which, it's also luck. This Shishan Almighty is looking for a way to get close to the Shishan Old Sect, so when he heard about Lin Yi's matter, he became excited. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to invite him. Yi Xiaotian rejoiced. Good. With this West Mountain powerhouse personally taking action, Lin Yi is already a dead man. Ren Zhongyuan laughed and immediately climbed down from the bed. He didn't even care about his father's confinement order. He pulled Yi Xiaotian and said, let's go for a drink. We have to celebrate this. Ren Zhongyuan was actively plotting again, but Lin Yi was completely unaware of it. Now that he had Ling Rufin and Yang Qinxue to protect him, and with the help of Qin Xingma and Lu Ziyu, Ning Shuafei's safety was no longer a concern. He could finally do some things he wanted to do. And Lin Yi's first plan was naturally to go to the Morning Star Academy. Although he didn't need to worry about Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaodao's situation, since it was rare for him to come to the East Continent, he naturally had to go and have a good gathering with them. Although they were both in the Yellow Tier Sea region, this was the East Continent. Just the Yellow Tier Sea region alone was already bigger than all of the South Continent Sea regions combined. So the Morning Star Academy wasn't near here, but fortunately, it wasn't too far. After getting the map from Qin Xingma and studying it carefully, Lin Yi found that even if he didn't use flying spirit beasts, it would only take a few days to get to the Morning Star Academy. Of course, this was based on his own speed. If it was an ordinary nascent soul stage expert, they would have to walk for a month. After all, ordinary people wouldn't be so extravagant as to use martial arts to hurry on the road. Only fools would do so. After settling everything, he specially sent a message to Lu Ziyu and Hui Yudi. After everyone had a meal together, Lin Yi bid farewell to everyone and set off. In these 2 months in the Soaring Cloud Academy, Lin Yi had specially asked Hui Yudi to return to the Morning Pride Academy to investigate something that he was very concerned about. It was the girl from the secular world who had offended Yao Jiuli, but was secretly released by Hui Yudi. What was the identity of this girl from the secular world? Was she one of his close female friends? Lin Yi had always been anxious to know the results. However, even though Hui Yudi had spent a lot of effort to investigate, and even Lu Ziyu had come forward to help, they still hadn't found any concrete results. Even the information on the secular world girl from the Morning Pride Academy was very little. Ever since she disappeared, it was as if she had evaporated from the face of the earth. All they knew was that the girl's alias was Little Nian. With regards to this result, Lin Yi felt very helpless. If he only knew that it was an alias, he had no way of confirming who the girl was. After all, coming to a completely unfamiliar place like this, anyone could use an alias. Although he felt helpless, Lin Yi couldn't continue wasting time on this matter. After all, the girl had already disappeared, and there was no point in continuing to stay. It would be better to go to the Morning Star Academy to see Wang Xinyan and Huang Xiaotao. As for the matter of the secular world girl, he could only find out when he had the chance. Ning Shuefei and the others sent him to the academy gates. Just as Lin Yi was about to wave goodbye, a man suddenly walked towards Lin Yi. It seemed like he had been waiting at the gates for a long time. Stop! Without waiting for the man to get close to Lin Yi, Lang Rufin suddenly blocked his way. He now considered himself to be Lin Yi's little brother, so naturally he wouldn't let anyone disturb Lin Yi. The man was instantly shocked. With Lang Rufin's strength, even if he didn't release his aura, that kind of pressure was not something an ordinary person could withstand. This guy took a few steps back and almost tripped over himself. He seemed to want to say something, but with a glance from Lang Rufin, he immediately shut up. Lin Yi glanced at him and didn't say anything, but he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. This guy Lang Rufin's deterrence was too ridiculous. He really hadn't taken this little brother for nothing. He was the most suitable bodyguard.